A wooden ladle taps the rim of a blackened pot, and a curl of steam rises, sweet with leeks and a hint of sage. Somewhere beyond the wall, a bell waits for a hand that has not moved yet. As you settle in for the night, let your shoulders soften and your breath grow unhurried. Whenever you're ready to drift off, tonight we'll quietly explore for small worlds of steady work, a monastery kitchen before the first chant, where bread wakes and brass glows. River blue hands of an indigo dyer, turning cloth into sky. A lamplighter's soft-footed rounds as streets learn to glow, and a cacao seller at a warm market, pouring foam like silk into painted cups. The pace will stay slow, simple words, gentle detail, new jolts, no hurry, only everyday tools, and friendly sounds, a wick trend, a ladle lifted, a ladder carried, a gourd pouring from bowl to bowl. If a thought wanders, let it. We'll be here, moving like quiet footsteps along a long corridor. When your mind feels ready, we'll step through a stone doorway where dawn is still thinking. The hearth keeps a polite breath. A key rests cool against wool, and broth counts its calm bubbles, while the bell has not yet asked for anyone at all. Morning arrives as a pale silver along the Ogun River. The diary sits a little above the bank, under a roof of woven palm that lets light through in thin, friendly stripes. Earthen vats stand in a neat row, their rims rubbed smooth by years of cloth and hands. A calabash bowl rests on one, a long wooden spoon leans across another, a short log, polished by water and fabric, waits like a quiet helper. The air smells of leaf and ash and the faint sweetness of ferment. The day will turn cloth into sky slowly, with patience that does not look at clocks. She comes in with her wrappers knotted high and her hair tied with a narrow strip of indigo-dyed cloth that has forgotten it was once white. Her palms are blue to the wrist, dark in the lines, softer on the pads. The color will not leave today. It is not dirt, it is her trade, a kind of badge that soap accepts but never defeats. She warms her hands over a pot where water thinks about steaming, then dips her fingers into the first vat and listens with her skin. Not hot, not cold, alive. Indigo likes that word. The vats are old, older than her child, and younger than her mother. Each one keeps a mother of dye at the bottom, a settled wisdom that new leaves and ashfly feed. Yesterday she softened to balls of leaf cake with warm water and stirred them in with potash from burnt plantain peels. She fed the mix with a spoon of cassava water and a whisper of last season's liquor. Today she will only speak to the vats gently. A good vat dislikes being startled. She strokes the surface with the calabash. The liquid shows a bronze green that hides deep blue below. A thin flower of bubbles gathers where the calabash moves, small eyes that tell her the vat is breathing well. In some towns a feather is floated, in others an egg here. She trusts the look and the smell and the way her fingers tell of slipperiness without slime. A short note for the margin. Fermentation vats for indigo in this region were kept sweet with plant ash and thyme. They did not boil. They worked by patience and the kind of warmth a hand can keep under a thatch roof. Raffia fibers lie on a tray, pale and strong. She rolls them between palm and thigh to wake their twist. Cloth weights folded a length of light cotton, narrow strips that will become headpiece to larger wrappers. Patterns already live in her head. Some are old names, Olokan water curves, Onianran stone field, Iresi rice lines, Palathin scars, and some are only the way her hands feel like moving today. She takes the smallest strip first, folds it into a narrow band, and ties raffia at regular distances, pulling tight so Dyer cannot pass. Each knot is a small decision. The strip gathers into a caterpillar in her lap. A larger piece wants a circle field. She lifts a smooth pebble from the bowl, places it under the cloth, and draws the fabric up around it, fastening the stem with raffia. Pebble after pebble grows into a line like a necklace. She threads a bone needle with raffia and runs a long stitch along a fold on another wrapper, then pulls and knots, then runs again a dire à la berre. Stitch resist. A child sits beside her winding cotton thread on a spindle that hums, the sound thin and calm, like a mosquito that has decided to be polite. Curries in a small gourd clink once as he moves. They settle. When the first bundle is ready, she lowers it into the vat with both hands and a small breath. Cloth leaves air and joins the green-brown dark. Indigo that is not yet blue slips into the cotton, not with haste, not with noise. She counts her heartbeats 1, 2, 3 up to 40 lips moving without sound. Then she lifts the cloth slowly into air. It rises green, the color of a leaf underside, and turns blue before her eyes as air explains itself. The child watches the change as if it were a trick, even though he has seen it many mornings. Cloth hangs over the vat edge and drips back into what made it. Each piece will travel this path many times. Between dips, the cloth meets the log. She lays the strip across the polished wood and pats it with open palms, pushing out what the fabric does not need: extra liquor, small bubbles. The log answers with a sound like rain on a single board. Pat, lift, fold, dip again. Indigo climbs into the fiber in layers, thin coats becoming a field, a river, a night. She does not hurry. Hurry makes cloudiness where deep should be. At the edge of the yard, a pot warms river water with a handful of leaves that lend a clean smell. Ash soap sits in a shallow bowl, gray as dove feathers, soft under the thumb. When rinsing time comes, she will take the bundles to the washing log and run them through water until the river and the dye agree on peace. For now the vats receive and return, receive and return. A breeze moves through the palm roof and carries the sweet sour perfume of dye a little way down the path. A neighbor passing calls a greeting and lifts a hand. She answers with a nod and a smile that keeps her lips closed, and her eyes' soft speech often seems loud near the vats. A length of narrow cloth hangs already on the line, tied and dipped yesterday. Its pattern shows faintly underdamp. Tide pebbles made small moons across it. When it dries, moons will grow crisp edges. Another strip shows ladder lines where tight raffia stop the blue. The line sags under the weight and then remembers itself. Cloth dries into sky, then sky deepens. The shade moves as the sun turns. She shifts the line to pegs to keep light even. Nothing in the yard enjoys drama. Between dips she feeds the vats, not much. A spoon of ashfly to one, a stir to another, a whispered thanks to the oldest. She skims a thin bloom that wants to sit on the surface, not because it is bad, but because it tires cloth. She pushes the bloom to the side and lets it sink where it will do its work in quiet. A gourd ladle takes a little liquor from the warm side and gives it to the cool side, evening mood. Vats share like sisters when asked kindly. She eats without leaving to bites of yen cake, a sip from a calabash of water that has met the inside of a clay pot and learned to be cool. A bead of sweat gathers at her temple and decides to stay. Her shoulders carry a fine dust of blue that will go home with her and shake onto the mat when she unties her wrapper. Indigo has a way of wanting to belong to skin and woven things alike. She prepares a paste of cassava flour and a pinch of ash in a small bowl and covers it with cloth. Later, when the child sleeps, she will paint a bird pattern on another cloth with a flat stick, freehand, then sprinkle sawdust to keep the paste from smearing. Tomorrow or the next day, that cloth adire alico will meet the vat, and the painted places will refuse the dye. Today is for ties and stitches only. The yard's rhythm likes one type of work at a time. Another note for the margin, set down softly. Abeokuta's name remembers the rock column under which people once sheltered. Dyers here have long taken cotton and indigo and turned them into wrappers that speak in patterns. Many hands make this language: growers, spinners, beaters, dyers, sellers. Her blue palms are only one voice among them, but today they lead. The child brings a small stool and sits where he can see the moons become moons. He asks if the cloth is finished. She says not yet, and lifts it again for her to speak to it. Blue deepens to the color of river shadow. She knots a new line of raffia on the next piece, fingers moving by memory over, under, pull, twist, tie. The knots sit close together like beads on a string. She smooths their tails with a wet thumb so they will not snag. The bundle shortens into itself, ready to meet green that becomes blue. Afternoon will come. More cloth will rise to the log and drip its stories back into the vat. Later, rinsing water will carry a little blue to the river, and the river will not mind. The day expands in small ways: a new knot, a moved peg, a spoonful of ash. Nothing sharp, nothing sudden, just dye that remembers to be patient, and cloth that learns to hold sky. Midday steps in softly, widening the light beneath the palm-thatched roof. Sheet tilts, and the vats hold their temperature the way a pot remembers a lullaby. Work settles into longer breaths. The child has finished winding one ball of cotton and begins another, spindle humming a thin tune that keeps time without insisting. She tests the oldest vat by touch again to fingers sliding under the surface, coming up slick and green-brown. Good. Indigo likes warmth of hands and roof, not the fiercer heat of fire. She skims a skin that has drifted together near the rim and folds it back into the liquor in a slow figure of 8. The calabash follows, circling once, then resting against the edge, its painted rim stained with years of work. The first bundle raffia knotted strip goes in for a deeper dip. She lowers it in a steady ribbon, one wrapper on her wrist, the rest guided by her left hand. She counts in time with the spindle, 1 breath, 2, up to 60. Counting is not a law, it is a rhythm. Cloth rises again, green as before, and turns blue as air speaks to it. She holds it high so runoff returns to the vat, then lays it across the polished log. Open palms press out liquor. Pat, turn, pat, fold. The sound is a soft drumbeat, a reply to the spindle's thin song. Raffia knots are checked with a thumb for tightness. Where a knot loosens, dye will sneak in and make a soft halo on a figure. Sometimes she allows it mist welcomed by design. Today she tightens most of them. She likes crisp moons on this cloth. A bone needle mends a stitch resist that had grown curious. She tucks the tail of raffia under and smooths it with her nail. Rinsing begins for pieces finish with the morning's dips. She carries 2 bundles to the river edge where a washing log sits half in, half out of the water. Its surface is worn hard and soaky. She lowers a cloth into the running water, green blue trailing like a story, then lifts and lays it flat on the log folds and beats with the side of her open hand. Water leaps, indigo that has not sworn loyalty yet runs away. She turns the cloth and beats again, each strike more a persuasion than an order. Blue holes. She dips the cloth back into the current and lets the river carry a little dye downstream. Fish do not mind, the color dilutes to memory. As soap joins necks. She rubs a gray cake between her palms, makes a mild lather, and smooths it along the cloth in long strokes from selves to selves. Soap opens what needs opening and closes what needs closing. The lather smells clean like damp clay and wood ash. She rinses again, water clearing, then drapes the cloth over her forearm and returns it to the yard. The finished color is not shotting a layered blue that looks like shade on a rock. Now she decides which bundles get their reveal. The raffia comes off with a small dry whisper. Knots flick free, ties fall to a basket where they will be uncurled, rinsed, and dried for another day. The cloth shakes once, twice, and moons appear, pale and round, marching across the blue in an uneven necklace. She smiles with her eyes. Patterns rarely fall perfectly, they fall human, which pleases her more. The stitched cloth, when she pulls the raffia cords and snips the ends, blooms open with laddered lines and small ovals like grains of rice. The fold remembers where the needle ran. She smooths it on the board and pats it flat. Drying lines are shifted forward into better shade. The sun has climbed and now makes a whiter light. She prefers cloth to dry in gentler color. She moves to pegs along the beam and tugs the line until it gives back a note she trusts. Each cloth is pinned with a twist of fiber looped around itself. No iron bites the thread, nothing that would bruise a sewage. The line sags and lifts as pieces join it, then learns to carry them lightly. Bookkeeping happens in small acts. She scratches a tally mark with charcoal on the inside of a calabash. One had be finished, one wrapper first dip, one strip complete and rinsed. Another tally lives as knots on a string at her waist. Each finished item gets a knot. When work pauses, she will untie knots and slide curries from gourd to pouch. 1 shell per knot, 1 per promised piece. Curries click like tiny teeth, then rest. Names and patterns also keep order. A lake's wife asked for moons on a dark field. The woman from the next compound will take rice lines. Mother Sade wants a deep shade for her wrapper when the next market comes. None of this needs ink. Hands, knots, and shells remember well. The child brings a wooden bowl of water that has been cooling in a porous pot. The clay has sipped and left the rest generous. They both drink. He asks if the cloth is finished now. Not yet, she says, laughing without sound, and returns 1 piece to the vat for a last long dip that will turn it from sky to river. He sits on his stool and watches, fingers tapped lightly on the spindle stick, a quiet drummer. Other voices pass, pounding from a mortar in a neighboring yard, the long calm call of someone selling firewood, a goat negotiating with its tether. The diary absorbs these like a woven mat takes dust. None of it interrupts the pattern of dip, air, pat, fold, tie, rinse, unfurl, hang, and count. Halfway through the day she lifts the pot on its 3 stones and adds more leaves to steep scent for rinsing water later. She crushes a pinch of camwood to tint a small bowl for a customer who wants a new shade for a hetty. Red and blue will meet in another basin tomorrow and agree on violet. She notes this with a small touch to the cord at her waist, tying an extra knot to remember. The vats get fed again, a spoon of ash light to the youngest, a stir to the middle, a rest for the elder. She leans in close to breathe the smell that tells her if all is well sweet, and faint with a whisper of something that remembers being leaf. If a vat sucked, she would soothe it with cassava water and patience. Today they are agreeable. She thanks them with her palm on the rim, a habit as old as her apprenticeship. A wrapper finished yesterday has dried enough to receive a soft beating that brings out its sheen. She folds it into four and taps it along the folds with the flat of a wooden paddle, not hard, not soft, just enough to coax a polish. The cloth answers with a finer face, catching light in the way river stones do. She lays it flat again and smooths the selvages until they lie like two polite lines. The child dozes for a minute, spindles safely on the ground beside him. She covers his shoulder with a scrap of cloth and keeps working, quieter even than before. The line of moons dries to a clearer edge. She turns the strip and readies it into places, then gives it one last get. Small variations accumulate into character. This is her pleasure and her trade. From time to time she reaches into a shallow basket for raffia ties that have been rinsed and dried from last season. She selects ones that still hold spring, runs them through damp fingers, and lays them ready for the next piece. The bowl of cassava paste sleeps under its cloth. When shadows lengthen, she will paint a bird's thin legs and broad tail across a length of cotton, a design that knows how to perch. By mid-afternoon the yard smells of wet cloth, leaf liquor, soap, and the faint sweetness of the steeping leaves. She eats 3 ground nuts and a bite of yam, more for rhythm than for hunger, and pours a little cool water down the inside of one vat when its surface warms beyond comfort. The calabash rides a lazy circle on the liquor, then rests with its lip against the rim, as if listening. She lifts a finished headkey from the line and rolls it around her forearm to feel thickness and evenness. It answers, with a weight that says markets will approve. She ties it gentle and sets it in the basket for finish work. Tucking a cowrie into the braid at one corner, a habit from her mother that means simply done. When the child wakes, he counts cloths on the line aloud to sharpen his numbers. She clucks to under his breath and lets the rest stand proud. He replaces one peg with another that bites better into the beam and smiles at fixing something only he noticed. Small hands enjoying necessary tasks. Clouds grow comfortable near the sun. Shade stretches. She begins to move finished pieces to the inner line where night dew will find them less easily. Those that must hang long are swaddled in an extra fold. The river sound changes toward evening flatter, as if water too is preparing to rest. She takes one last blue bundle to the log and beats it, then rinses until the water clears. When she lifts it, the cloth drips slow, a sign that it has taken what it needed. Back at the vats, she feeds the elder one last time, not more than a mouthful. She lays a circle of leaves on its surface to keep a thin bloom from gathering while she sleeps, a trick learned from an aunt who always spoke to Dyer as though it were a friend with moods. She strokes the rim again and taps the side with her knuckles 3 tiny knocks like a good night. The day's tally becomes shells. She drops 6 cowries into the pouch for finished work and sets aside 2 for thread. The gourd's mouth opens and closes with a soft clack. She scratches 3 more marks inside the calabash and wipes the charcoal nub on her wrapper. She will reconcile knots, shells, and scratches after sundown, and the account will say what her hands already know. The day has been steady. The spindle hums once more. The child's feet pat dust into a minor constellation. Indigo stains her palms deeper and finds a new home in a crease she had not noticed. She smiles at it and lets it stay. Evening leans against the yard's posts without entering yet. She looks along the lines of cloth, watches the small wind test corners, counts the breaths between drips. Nothing sharp, nothing sudden, only blue that has learned to be blue, and the day setting down its tools. Lake light leans long across the yard, turning the vat rims the color of old bronze. Shade gathers in the corners like folded cloth. She makes the day narrower on purpose, fewer dips now but longer ones, so color settles deeper and stops thinking of leaving. The calabash slides in a slow circle. The liquor answers with a faint creak where clay meets gourd, a sound she has trusted since apprenticeship. One wrapper deserves a last, patient bath. She lowers it inch by inch, raffia knots clicking softly against the rim. Her lips count without sound, heartbeats stretched, not hurried. When she lifts the cloth, it rises green in the first breath of air, then decides to be blue again, darker than river shade. She lets it drip until the drops grow thoughtful, then lays it over the log. Open palms press along the grain, liquor returns to the vat in small silver strings. The log smells faintly of wet wood and old dye, the way a story smells of many tellings. The cassava paste has been resting under its cloth. She stirs it with a flat stick until it remembers to be smooth, then strains a little through a woven sieve to make it silk for the brush. The shallow board becomes her table. She pins a length of cotton to it with simple wooden pegs and draws a light guide line down the center with the edge of her thumb. Not a line to follow strictly, only a path for the eye. She dips the flat stick and lays the first mark, a bird's thin legs, a long tail, a body like a seed. Another bird faces it, tails nearly touching, their beaks carry tiny leaves. Between them she paints a climbing vine, its leaves like small hands. The paste sits white and modest on the cotton. Sawdust dusted from a gourd will keep it from smearing. She taps the gourd with 2 fingers and lets the soft rain fall. Tomorrow, when the paste has dried, the cloth will meet the vat and say no to blue where the birds and vine asked. A neighbor steps into the yard with a low call before her feet do. She carries a shallow basket covered with a cloth that shows a line of steam at its edge. "Pepper stew," she says, smiling with the kind of smile that is also an accounting. "And I need a head to rice lines, not moons. Trade here is measured as much in warmth as in shells." The dyer lifts today's finished strip already rolled on her forearm to learn its weight. The pattern is clean, the blue a promise kept. She unrolls it for the neighbor to see. The woman nods once, the nod that means yes, and price both. They agree on curries and stew. The neighbor opens her cloth, pepper and palm all breathe heat. Smoked fish leans into the air. A small bowl is full for the child, and another for the dyer. The dyer slides the head tea into a leaf wrap, tucks a cowrie at the corner for luck, and ties it with raffia. Cowries move from gourd to hand with their small, teeth-like clack, then sleep. Back at the vats, the middle one has begun to sulk. The surface shows less flour than it should. and the smell turned shy. She knows this mood. Indigo, like people, enjoys feeding and attention in the right order. She warms a spoon of cassava water, adds it to a cup with liquor from the kindest vat, and tips the mix back into the middle. A pinch of ashlife follows, stirred with the calabash in a wide, slow eight. She rests her palm on the rim and hums one snow song, only a note the body knows. Vats believe hands that have worked a long time. She leaves the middle one to think and does not stare at it. Staring makes Dyer self-conscious. Finished pieces on the line ask for tending. She walks the length and checks the knots of fiber that hold them, tugging each just enough to remind it of its job. Where drip persists, she shifts a corner and the drop decides to leave. Cloth dries not flat but alive. It makes small moves in the slightest wind, and those moves right polish into the surface. She turns one wrapper sew edge and center trade shade. Even drying prevents contradictions later at the burnishing board. Burnishing waits for last light, when the day has softened and cloth is ready to be coaxed smooth. She brings the wrapper to the board plank oiled and rubbed over ears until it feels like a river stone. A smooth glass bottle stands in for a smoother. A calabash shard sits beside it as another. She lays the wrapper flat, folds it lengthwise, then widthwise, and passes the bottle's round side along the folds with steady pressure. The cloth answers with a hushed rasp, no complaint, only a low song of fiber agreeing with fiber. She opens the wrapper, turns it, folds new lines, and works again. Gloss grows not shiny but calm. The blue deepens from good to better, like just finding its true color. A little camwood powder, thinned with water, touches the edge of one hedi. She buffs slightly until it melts into the blue, and only the careful eye will notice the warmth. Some customers notice, others just feel that it is pleasant. The child wakes completely now and brings the spindle for one last winding. He counts the turns by tens and thanks the spindle for finishing the ball instead of letting it wander into night. He asks if the birds will fly on the cloth. They will sit still well, she says, and fly in the mind. He seems satisfied by this kind of flight. The middle vat regains its temper. A thin ring of bubbles nods at the calabash. She strokes the surface once with the back of her fingers and leaves it to rest. She lifts the cassava paste cloth carefully and pegs it on the inner line, away from dew and curious hands. The sawdust stays like a soft coat. In the morning, paste will be dry and the birds will be firm enough to meet the vat. A last rinse calls her to the river. She carries to light pieces and sits at the washing log again, knees finding their place without asking. The water has cooled a little. It carries evening on its back. She beats with her palms in a slow rhythm that fits the hour, and then lays the cloths gentle in the current. Indigo, that wish to wander goes, the rest stays. Her hands, already blue, take more blue and seem content with it. Back in the yard she rings with a twist that respects threads, then rolls each piece around her forearm for carrying. The lines begin to empty. She brings cloths in when they are dry enough, folding them into rectangles with aligned selges, stacking by shade and pattern. Every stack is a sentence, moons, ladders. Rice lines lightest to deepest, henties on top where they can breathe, wrappers underneath, flatter and more certain. She slides a finished strip into the neighbor's basket and ties the cloth cover with a practice knot. The child sweeps the work area with a palm frond broom, drawing dust toward the yard edge. He finds two raffia ties hiding near the vat leg and returns them to the basket with the quiet pride of a finder. He pours a little clean water into the small bowl where the brush sat and sets the brush bristles up to sleep straight. He asks, "Istu comes now." After we listen to the vats, he says. Listening means closing each for night. She floats a leafy circle on the kindest vat, pats it twice, and lays a woven mat across half its mouth to keep moths and wandering thoughts out. The younger vat receives only a covering cloth. The middle, now calmer, gets a whisper of thanks and the same cloth. She pushes the calabash rims to table edges and turns the wooden spoon mouth down to be polite to the dust. Stew is warm and generous. They eat a little, sitting on low stools. Pepper talks, then agrees to be quiet when water follows. Work tastes better after tasting work. The neighbor calls a good night from the lane. The Dyer answers with her own short, friendly, no need to pull words thin. Cloth stacks become a bundle wraparound wrapper, tied with a broad strip of cotton. She slides the bundle onto her head, and it sits naturally, weight settled, spine easy. A smaller packet hedges, and the rice lines promised goes into the crook of her arm. The child carries the gourd of cowries. It clicks with a sound that makes walking feel counted. They leave the yard as evening finishes tying its own headcloth. Biogan moved beside them, less voice now, more breath. Houses pass with cooking smoke stitched through their doors. A drum far off tries a phrase, and then gives up. Night will teach it tomorrow. The bundle sits steady. Indigo shadows the Dyer's temple and the crook of one finger. It will show on the mat at home and not be scolded. At the compound gate, she steps under the lintel and lowers the cloth to her arms without a jar. The child sets the gourd on a stool and counts shells by tens, tapping every tenth with his nail. She loosens the bundle's knot and lets blue soften into the room's clay light. Today's sky is now folded, moons in one pile, ladders in another, a deep wrapper that looks like Lake River. The paste-painted birds sleep under their sawdust on the inner line, secure from dew. Night comes with a reasonable cool. She rinses her hands in a basin. Blue clouds the water, then clears enough to use for the aloe plant by the door. Indigo even feeds leaves if asked kindly. She rubs a little oil into her palms so the day's stiffness will relax, and lays two raffia ties on the sill to remind morning to begin with knots. Morning is fresh enough to taste. Dew holds on the grass by the path. In the yard, the cloth with birds sleeps under its coat of sawdust and paste. She lifts one corner and checks with the pad of her finger. Dry. Firm. It will take the vet's lesson without smearing. She brushes the sawdust away with a bundle of soft twigs. The birds stand pale on cotton, legs thin as drawn reeds, tails long and sure. She lowers one end, then the other, into the kindest vat. Green lifts to meet the cloth. Air sits very still. She waits to the count of 60, then lifts slowly. The birds remain light, the ground turns leaf green, then deepens as breath learns it. She pats the cloth across the log. Liquor runs back in bright threads. Again the dip. Again the lift. Once more for certainty. Then a rest on the inner line while paste stays loyal. At the washing log she makes water and cloth friends. She rubs a little ash soap along the lines, then rinses in the river until what needs to leave leaves. With the edge of a gourd shard, she eases paste from one wing. It peels like quiet bark. Underneath, a bird looks out white against blue line, neat and sure. She scrapes the rest gently, rinses, and holds the cloth up to the light. Two birds face each other with a vine between them. They look as if they belong there more than the cloth does. She smiles with her eyes and lays the cloth to dry in a band of shade. Market morning asked for order. She ties finished pieces into a calm bundle and slips it into a netted carrier. Headies go on top, ready to show quickly. A short stick holds a string of pegs, a calabash of water for dusting the mat. The child carries the gourd of cowries and the spindle's new ball. Before they leave, she touches each vat once. The elder gets a circle of leaves on its face, the younger a cloth across its mouth. The middle gets a hand laid flat on the rim and a wordless promise. Later, the road is a low ribbon through houses. Smoke leans from doorways. A woman balances yams on her head and laughs with another who carries fish in a tray. At the market, poles rise with mats laced between them, shade stitched from palm. Voices stack themselves but do not quarrel. She finds her usual place near a cellar of groundnuts and a man who repairs calabashes with wire. The child sweeps the mat with the small broom. She sprinkles a little water from the calabash to teach dust to behave. Cloth comes out of the bundle and learns to hang. She runs each piece once across her forearm to feel its truth, weight, evenness, face. Deep shades to the left, lighter to the right. Moons near the front, ladder lines and rice lines beside them. The new birds stay behind, still ripening in shade. She will show them later when the day's heat relaxes. Customers arrive the way breeze does, without fuss. Greetings are soft and correct. Ekark, you woke well. Hands do not dive. They ask by resting lightly on a corner. A woman lifts a wrapper and presses it to her cheek. She listens with skin. She weighs the cloth in her palm through small rises and falls. The dyer names the shade in her own way: river under tree, first rain, evening stone. Words help fingers decide. A small negotiation begins, more like weaving than like pulling rope. She quotes with cowries and tens. The customer answers with a handful and a smile. She'll shift, a few go back, one more comes forward. Agreement finds the space between palms. Cowries slide to the gourd with their small clack and sleep. A girl wants a heady for a ceremony. She holds a strip against her braid and watches her mother's face. The mother nods once. The girl smiles like a secret. The dyer folds the heti and knots it loosely so it remembers how to sit. A woman points to a tiny snag near a selge. It is nothing, but the loves to practice finding. The dyer nods, not apology, not defense, only agreement that cloth deserves care. From her basket she takes a needle threaded with indigo dyed cotton waxed against a bit of palm oil. She slides the needle under one thread, then another, pulling so lightly the fabric does not notice it is being asked to heal. Two backstitches, one forward, a whisper of weft caught and laid down again. She rubs the place with the neck of a smooth bottle, then with the flat of her thumb. The snag sits down and becomes part of the day. The woman watches, pleased in the quiet way that spends nothing. The price does not change. Trust is already part of the cost. A man from upriver fingers a deep wrapper, and says it is strong enough for his wife's mother, who likes weight in her cloth. He tests the edge with a small tug, not rude, just curious. The cloth answers with integrity. He counts cowries by tapping every tenth against his nail, setting each group aside in a little constellation. He adds to beans from his pocket onto the pile for luck and laughs at his own habit. She pushes one bean back to him. "Keep the seed," she says. He nods, as if given advice. The day grows warm. She moves the cloth forward on the line so edges do not grow to dry. Now she brings the birds. She does not announce them. She unpegs the cloth, shakes it once, and drapes it across both forearms. People notice because birds are not ladders and not moons. The first to speak is an older woman whose wrappers have held many patterns. "They are sitting well," she says. Not hunting, it is the right compliment. A price is set by shade, by neatness, by steadiness of line, by gloss, by the dyer's name in the market, and by the morning's mood. Curries count and then stop. The cloth folds around a piece of clean paper bark. The older woman adds a small packet of dried pepper, as if the birds might want a share of her kitchen. Gifts travel both ways here. Respect is a road with two lanes. Between customers, she dusts the mat again with the last water and smooths her wrapper. She eats 3 ground nuts and a piece of yam from the stew that traded for a heti. The child brings the spindle to her. She wins a few turns while talking to a young woman about rice lines for a wedding wrapper. Rice lines for weddings always deserve patience. A tier of cloud shadows the market, then leaves. A drummer practices to short patterns, then remembers he promised not to be loud near the dye sellers and makes his hands quieter on the skin. A seller of calabashes plugs a new crack with a sliver and twists wire until it smiles instead of frowning. Someone sprinkles the ground near their stall to tame dust, and the water makes a brief cool smell that belongs to rain in little pieces. An argument almost starts to stalls away, and then remembers it is market morning and fades into laughter. She keeps counting shells in tens, and wraps the finished cloth so edges learn discipline. One woman cannot pay the last handful today. She offers to cowries fewer and a promise of palm oil after next week's pressing. The dyer looks at her and remembers the last time palm oil soothed the vat into a better mood. She nods. A small knot goes into the tally string furled, and a shell stays in the other woman's pouch. Trust, again, in reasonable amounts. When the sun tilts downward, she reduces the line. Each piece, once folded, gets a rub of the bottle's side along its creases until gloss wakes. She slides hetis into a leaf wrap, ties with raffia, and lays the bundle where it will ride easily. The child counts today's knots and shells, and whispers the total to himself, as if telling the number its own name. The dyer compares shells with the charcoal marks inside the calabash, then with the knots on her waist string. 3 ways to be sure. All agree within a cowrie. The odd shell goes into the gourd's corner and winks like a mischievous tooth. They leave the market as voices thin to evening, and stalls relearn being poles and mats. The road home holds a breeze that has learned something from the river. She balances the day on her head and does not think of balancing. The bundle teaches posture without speeches. The child carries the gourd, held against his chest like a sleepy animal. At the yard the vats greet them by not needing drama. She checks the elder with a fingertip. Still sweet. She skims a thin flower from the middle, which has decided to be sensible, and lays a leaf circle down for the night. She covers the younger with cloth, and a smooth lid of woven pong. Birds on cloth come inside to rest where dew cannot find them. Shells tip from gourd to calabash and back, then to a string that lives coiled in a small pot. She ties groups of 10, then of 40, by habit, but does not say the numbers aloud. The child says them. He ties one knot that is to lose, then fixes it without prompting, and his grin keeps a secret from his mouth. They eat what is left of the pepper stew with a little gari softened in cool water. Heat becomes friendly again. She tears a thin scrap from a finished remnant and makes a tiny heti for a neighbor's baby, only a band really. It costs nothing. It buys more than cost would. Light thins. She folds the cloth with bird's last. It still smells faintly of paste and river. She passes the bottle's curve over the vine and stops when gloss begins to gather like good sleep. She sets the cloth at the top of tomorrow's pile so it will show before words do. The river holds the last light like a long blue note. Cloth on the inner line remembers that color and gives some back. Frogs begin their counting at the bank. Smoke from suppers leans in slow ribbons through the lane. Indigo rests in her palms and will not leave tonight. It does not have to. Some colors are work, and some become family. Evening sits on the yard fence and does not hurry to climb down. The day's blue has grown quieter. Cloth breathes on the inner line like a curtain with good manners. She brings a low stool to the workboard and sets the calabash of shells in front of her. Curries slide like little moons from one bowl to another, counted in 10s, then 40, then back by 4 to pay for thread and ash. Each group gets a twist of fiber through the middle. The twists collect in a string that lives in a small pot. 3 tally shells, knots, marks scratched inside the calabash agree without needing to argue. She ties one last knot gently and bites the end of the fiber to make it remember. The child sits with a shallow basket of raffia ties in his lap, the ones that came off finished cloth today. He learns to undo them without breaking them, working the knots memory loose with a thumbnail and a breath. Pull the tail back through, she says, not out. Back. He nods, tongue against a tooth, and the raffia answers by straightening. He runs each length through a damp cloth and lays it along the edge of the board to dry in polite lines. Next time, he says, they will tie faster. They will, she says, and means both the ties and his hands. The vats earn their night kindness. She begins with the elder, the mother vat, kept sweet with long habit. The surface shows a small flower that dusk has coaxed there. She skins it aside with the calabash and folds it back under in a wide figure of 8. A spoon of cassava water meets the liquor along the rim. Sleep well, her palm says on the clay. The middle vat, sulky at noon and sensible by afternoon, receives a little ashwai, not more than a breath, and a stir with the wooden spoon that has learned the shape of 8 so well it could draw it in the dark. The youngest gets only a leaf circle floated over its face and a cover of woven palm. She lays a flat stick across each rim, 1, 2, 3, like a quiet gate against moths and night fingers. A visitor arrives, feet whispering on the packed earth, then a soft greeting at the post. It is still your shade here, the other Dyer says, stepping into the palm roof light. Her palms are blue too, though a little less deep. Her yard faces more wind and asks more of fire. They sit on stools with eyes that have already read the day's work. The visitor admires the birds on cloth with a single lift of eyebrows. Paste smooth, she notes. The dyer nods. Strained it through the woven sieve, she answers, and dusted sawdust fine. The birds stayed put. They speak of vats the way some people speak of children kindly, with a list of small tricks that sound like proverbs. If a vat sulks when the air turns, says the visitor, I pour a little palm oil along the side and say nothing to it for a whole day. Cassava water and patience, the dyer agrees. And don't stare at it. They laugh without volume and share the small bowl of water that has kept cool in a porous pot. The visitor shows a hetty dyed with the camwood kiss red warming blue near the selge. The dyer strokes the edge with one finger. Just enough, she says. Not greedy, the visitor touches the moon's on dark and feels for gloss with her knuckles. Your log is still teaching, she says, pleased, and her eyes rest on the polished wood with its river shine back. They trade more than words. The visitor leaves a handful of ash soap cakes shaped with her own thumb. The dyer gives a packet of dried leaves that lend a clean smell to rinse water, saved from a cousin's farm. I will use them when the harmattan dust thinks it owns everything, the visitor says, tucking the packet into her wrapper. Let it learn it doesn't. They part with a soft hand squeeze and a promise of cowries paid and advice returned in their own time. Advice in this trade is a currency too. It is paid slowly and it never runs out. The child has finished undoing ties and now sorts them by length, laying longest to shortest like a family posed for a little painting. He counts the lines under his breath 5, 10, 15 and announces the totals with a seriousness that makes her mouth warm. She threads the longest through her fingers and ties 3 together with a flat knot to make a strong binding for tomorrow's resist. Old ties asked to be useful again in the same shapes. Home's small tasks begin to lean into the yard. She brings the cloth with birds inside and spreads it across the inner bench. Sawdust left from scraping paste is brushed into a gourd to be used for the next painting. Nothing fine is wasted. The bottle's curve walks the length of the vine once more, just enough pressure to invite sheen, not enough to tire the thread. She folds the cloth as if it had bone selves to selge, then end to end and lays it at the top of the tomorrow pile. A pot warms on 3 stones near the doorway like soup coaxed from yesterday's pepper, thinned and tamed. She tastes with the back of her spoon and shakes in a little salt that remembers the sea. The child brings the gourd of shells again. Together they move today's cowries from calabash tally to the string that sleeps in the small pot for knots for tens. Then to loose shells slipped into the side for thread to buy when the woman from the spinning compound comes through the lane. Do we have enough for a new spoon? He asks, touching the wooden spoon whose handle has grown smooth as water. We have enough, she says, but this one still knows our work. He considers the loyalty of spoons and nods solemnly. Dark deepens and becomes companion rather than guest. She steps to the door and looks toward the river. The Ogan has turned from blue to iron to something darker than naming. One frog begins counting, then others agree. Somewhere up the lane a drum tries a small phrase and lets it fall because night has better stories. Smoke from neighbor hearths writes lines across lines above the roofs. In their foreground, the vats look like wide-mouthed bowls set for the sky. She returns to the yard center and listens. Listening is part of closing. The elder vet is a contented quiet under the leaf circle. The middle accepts its palm of ash and does not answer, which is correct. The youngest, new to the work, sighs a little when the woven lid settles, clay adjusting to air, not complaint. She touches each ring with the backs of her fingers away to read the day one last time. Temperature says tomorrow will be ready. The child yawns and still tries to hide the yawn behind the back of his hand as if respect were game. She aunties the blue strip from her hair and readies it on his wrist as a play bracelet. He looks proud for a second, then suddenly sleepy again. Will the birds fly away in the night? He asks, pointing at the folded cloth. They will wait, she says. They like it here. He believes her because her voice fits night. They sweep the yard together with two brooms, hers drawing long paths, his drawing smaller ones that sometimes cross but never collide. Dust makes a last soft cloud and then remembers to settle. She tips a dipper of clean water along the yard edge where tomorrow's footprints will begin. The smell lifts cool as if a tiny rain had changed its mind and come anyway. A handful of ash goes to the hearth's fringe to teach sparks humility. She props the bottle and calabash shard on their shelf where they cannot fall. The wooden pegs that hold drying lines receive a quick press from her thumb, a promise that they will work again when sun returns. She folds the mat that served as a table and leans it against the post like a person who found the right chair at last. They carry the last bowl of soup inside and eat in small, quiet spoonfuls. Pepper has become a memory rather than a plan. After, she pours warm water into a basin and washes her palms. Boo clouds the water for a moment, then loosens into faintness. She tips the blue water under the aloe by the door. Leaves catch a little color in their shine and keep it, the way plants keep stories when no one listens. She rolls today's patterns in her mind as a way of writing the day. Moons near a border, rice lines woven straight, a wrapper deep as a river, birds that did not fly away. Tomorrow will add its own words, painting again, perhaps a shallow vat to be made fresh, perhaps a customer who returns with thanks disguised as onions. She smooths her wrapper, tucks the tally string into its pot, and sets the gourd of shells where morning will see it first. Before sleep, she walks to the compound gate and looks once more toward the oven. Fireflies make small, deliberate decisions in the dark. A breeze makes a sound like someone folding cloth very far away. The road, which is also a river of feet, has stopped for now and remembers being dust. She lifts her palm, the blue one, and presses it briefly against the wooden lintel. The mark she leaves is not visible, but it is there, a promise to color another morning. We leave the dye yard now and follow evening farther west. Wear a felt cap and a ladder meet glass globes, and a lamplighter teaches streets to glow. One quiet hiss at a time. The kitchen wakes before the bell does. It is not yet light, but the room holds a memory of yesterday's fire. Stone walls keep night at arm's length. On the hearth a bed of coals answers a careful breath from the bellows, and a small, obedient flame rises the way a good thought rises, without fuss, without smoke. The air is damp from the river and the courtyard well. It smells of rye and wood ash, and of leeks that have decided to be helpful. A lay brother moves in felted steps that make almost no sound. His robe is wool, the brown of unpolished walnut. A hemp cord ties at the waist, a small iron key rides there and taps his thigh softly when he turns. He trims a tallow wick with iron snuffers. The candle's flame steadies and holds a pale circle of light over the work table. In that circle, the day's tools wait as if they kept their own rules at night: a long-handled ladle with a blackened bowl, a wooden spoon worn thin at its edge, a mortar of stone, and a pestle that fits the hand because the hand made it fit. The broth pot has learned patience. It sits a little aside from the hearth's center, where heat is kind rather than proud. Barley swells there. A few slices of leek swim. A bone offers what it can offer. The brother skims with the spoon, pushing aside a small foam that has nothing useful to say. Each lift and turn is the length of a slow breath. He wipes the spoon's underside across the pot's lip so the next pass will be better. The pot answers by making a low sound that is not a boil and not a sigh, something in between, the kitchen's favorite voice. On the long board, trenchers wait, cut from yesterday's coarse loaves. Crumbs dust the surface like a light frost. A wheel of fresh white cheese sits under cloth. When the cloth is lifted, the cheese carries a cool, milky scent. A crock of mustard shines straw yellow at its edge, seeds browned with a little wine and a pinch of salt, strong enough to wake, but not to shout. Beside it, a linen sachet holds dried savory. A small pinch will go into the broth. The rest will stay asleep until a hand invites it. Garlic becomes a paste in the mortar. The pestle turns, not pounding, not hurrying, only rolling with the weight of the arm. A whisper of salt helps the cloves remember their work. Oil is not for today. There will be a touch of whey from the cheese, which is a different kind of smooth. The brother pauses to warm his hands at the hearth, palms toward the glow, backs of hands toward the room. He rubs his wrists where wool meets skin. The key on his cord is cool and friendly. A small brazier on a side table holds flat irons for marking loaves with the Abbey sign. They already did their job at dusk, but they sit out of habit, giving off a faint iron smell like rain planned and then postponed. A jar of honey last summer in glass form rests near the back, warm enough to move when tilted but slow enough to be respectful. Beeswax in a shallow dish waits for the door's hinge. A hinge that creaks is a hinge that asked for attention at the wrong time. The brother lifts the bellows again, 3 steady compressions, wrist easy, elbow quiet. The coals glow more evenly. He lays a split of beech on the fire, not onto Attendant, the place where flame has asked for something to do. The beech takes without smoke because yesterday's selves set it in the woodpile where I could teach it to be dry. In the monastery, even wood keeps the rule, ready when needed, silent when not. He moves to the barrels and draws a cup from the ale, thin and young, brewed to be a drink for work, not celebration. He sips, sets the cup aside, and marks a line in a small tally book with a goose quill that has seen better edges and does not complain. The book smells faintly of glue and time. He will not waste the quill on curlicues. Numbers will do, small and clear. From a peg, he takes a mop of twigs bound at one end and sweeps a line of ash from the hearth's front. The ash falls softly, the sound of a sleeve brushed clean. He gathers it with a flat wooden pan and tips it into a bucket for the garden. Ash likes the garden, and the garden likes Ash. The exchange will happen when Sun has an opinion again. Outside, not much can be heard yet. A cartwood talks to itself once, then thinks better of it. A cock measures a practice crow and settles. In the dormitory, breaths are aligned by habit. In the choir, silence waits for the antiphon. Here in the kitchen, time is counted a different way, by the way barley softens against the spoon, by the way steam curls a little higher as Dawn lifts one finger over the roof line. On a sideboard, onions rest in a plate, the outer skins crisp like paper made for fire. The brother takes one and cuts it, blade steady, knuckles guiding. The knife has been touched up on a small whetstone. It gives not a sewing sound, but a clean line of work. Onion slips into a pan with a spoon of broth, and the smallest spoon of fat saved from yesterday's stew, just enough to help it learn translucence. The pan sits at the hearth's edge, where it can listen without talking. He turns it twice with a wooden paddle. The onion becomes less itself, and more the room. There is bread to warm. He sets half loaves on a trivet near the fire so he can remember them politely. He rubs the bench with a handful of coarse salt, and crumbs smoothing, drying, readying a place for cheese. He flexes fingers sore from the fields because kitchens do not make exceptions for hands that are tired. Sacred time will make space for them soon. For now hands work, and work is prayer that uses spoons. At the door, the hinge speaks the first syllable of complaint. He melts a thumb of beeswax in the lid of a spoon warmed by the brazier and paints it along the hinge's pin with the patience reserved for tasks that no one will see. The hinge chooses to say nothing afterward. In churches and kitchens, silence is a form of well-kept tool. A small side note belongs here, the kind that history keeps in the margin. Breakfasts change from place to place and century to century. In many medieval houses, morning meant a drink and a crust rather than a feast, and the first true meal waited until after the day's early work. Here, the brothers will receive what keeps them steady: barley broth, warmed bread, a small piece of cheese, perhaps a spoon of honey if a guest is expected. Meat is for days when rules say meat is allowed. Today is not such a day. The kitchen knows how to feed a rule and a body at once. Steam bends a curl of light toward the rafters. The brother lifts the ladle and turns its bowl over the pot, letting heat teach it again what it is for. He dips, lifts, feels the weight change, and pours into a waiting jug that will travel to the refectory when the bell agrees. He tastes once, not to enjoy, but to be responsible. The broth is honest. He adds a pinch of savory from the linen sachet, rubbing it between thumb and finger to wake it sleep. He unwraps the cheese slices with the wire stretched between two wooden handles, and sets wedges on trenchers. Each wedge leans, clean-edged, white and mild. He dots a few with mustard, a few with honey, and leaves most plain. Choice is a small pleasure. Even vows do not forbid small pleasures. At last, he lifts the small iron snuffer again and tiddies the candle wick. The flame withdraws to a neat oval. He wipes the snuffer on a cloth that lives only to collect soot and stories. He lays the cloth back in its corner and straightens a spoon so its handle points the way the hand expects. Address matters. When hands wake in dim light, tools should already be looking at them kindly. The bell rope in the passage gives a soft tug, only a test, but the kitchen hears it like a throat cleared before a song. He ties his cord tighter, feels the key touch his hip, and sets the ladle bowl down on the board. A breath, another. Then he lifts the barley jug, sets it by the door, and rests one palm against the wood, feeling its cool grain and the quiet behind it. Soon the bell will speak. For a moment longer, the kitchen keeps its own prayer, a pot remembering heat, a hinge that has learned to be modest, a table that has carried bread. and a room that holds steady while the day decides to begin. The bell finds its voice with a first clear strike that tastes like metal and morning. It is not loud here in the kitchen, stone softens it. Yet it travels through timber, through bowls and boards, through the wall at the brother's shoulder cord. He answers by setting his palm once on the barley jug as if to promise it safe passage, then lifts it in both hands. The passageway keeps a cool breath. Walls are lime-washed, the light a thin wash of gray that has not chosen to be day. Footsteps go toward choir, footsteps go toward kitchen. The brother walks steadily, knees agreeing with the weight, jug against his chest. The trenchers follow on a plank carried at hip height, cheese wedges tucked in, cloth corners folded like quiet flags. A second laid brother takes the plank's far end. They do not speak, they do not need to. In the refectory, long tables wait, scrubbed pale with sand and water until green shows like fine lines on a palm. Benches stand where they always stand. A lectern rises near the west end, the book resting on its board with a leather strap marking the next reading. The room smells faintly of beeswax from the candles, and the clean, almost sweet odor of rubbed oak. Windows are small and high. The bell's second and third strokes pass through them like thin birds. They set the barley jug on a side table near the serving hatch. Wooden cups each with the same small chip up the rim from years of careful living stand in a neat row. The lay brother tilts the jug just enough to find its pour, then stops. Food will wait for the office to end. The rule here gives time to both kinds of hunger. Prayer first, then the bowl. A note belongs in the margin. In many houses, the morning meal is modest and comes after the first work. Elsewhere it follows laws. Each place learns its own balance and then keeps it. He checks the trenchers one last time, a thumb smoothing a crumb line that wishes to insist. Cheese wears its clean edges. Mustard gleams under its linen hood. Honey shows a small citrine oval through glass. The ladle rests bowl down on a folded cloth. He straightens to spoons, then steps back into the passage as the last bell stroke settles into the rafters. Silence follows, but it is not empty. It is shaped. The chores sound begins elsewhere, open valves carried low and pours through stone like warm water. The kitchen becomes another kind of vessel in that sound. The brother returns to his fire and pulls the pot a hand's breadth from the coals. It has done its work and will keep doing without flame's opinion. He lays a cover over it, wooden board, clean and dry to keep the steam's kindness where it belongs. While the office unfolds, he tends keys. The large iron key on his cord opens the herb press and oaken cupboard set in the cool shadow of the north wall. Its door pivots with the contented sound of beeswax well used. Inside, slung between pegs and resting in clay crocks, are the house's small languages, bundles of savory thyme, and hyssop tied with red thread, fennel seeds in a glazed jar. A strip of dried orange peel saved from a guest's winter fruit. 2 little cones of salt wrapped in parchment, vinegar steeped with rose hips. Dried leeks braided by patient hands, and a cloth. Bag of barley that makes its own comfortable weight. Every bundle has a small tally tag, charcoal written and tied with string. He reads each mark without hurry, tasting the words in his head. He touches the bag of fennel with 2 fingers and tips for seeds into his palm. He returns them. It is enough to know the jar remembers him. Another key lives in a leather pouch under the mantel cellar key, larger, colder. It opens the hatch to the cool below where ale dozes in tins, and apples keep their promise in straw. He does not need the cellar this minute, but he weighs the key in his hand and puts it back, a small rehearsal of trust. In monasteries, keys are also prayers with handles. The bell's last notes give way to the soft shuffle of feet and wood. The refectory waits with its own stillness. The community enters by rank, wool brushing wool. They sit together and apart. A sign, not a word, asked for the first bowl. Monastic houses used a language of hands to keep quiet shape, a flat palm, a turned wrist, to fingers set like a small V-bread, salt water. The brother at the hatch reads these words the way a scribe reads letters, and lets the barley move from pot to jug to cup with the same care a psalm receives moving from mouth to air. The reader begins at the lectern. His voice is calm and wooden in the best way a voice can be shaped by the board into something that carries. He reads a life or a homily, or a line from a rule, it hardly matters which for the kitchen's purposes. The broth warms hands first, then mouth. Bread's crust, awakened by hearth, gives a small resistance and then yields. Cheese sits mild and helpful, an edible kindness. Mustard visits a few bowls and turns the morning from brown to yellow in a breath. No one is hungry for words. They are already being fed them. The lay brothers move lightly between table ends with a rhythm learned by many mornings. Cups need refilling, a hand signs, the jug leans. A spoon falls once in the far corner and finds a thumb before it can speak again. A candle gutter is pinched with moistened fingers. The wick resets its small oval. The reader turns a page with a practiced lift that does not grumble at the parchment swill. When it is done, it is simply done. A hand is raised, a last sentence lands and rests. Benches draw back with kind sounds. The brothers bow with their shoulders and leave by the same paths feet took in. The refectory holds a warmth it did not have earlier. The trenchers carry their scars honestly. The ladle returns to the kitchen with a thin sheen of barley on its rim. The jug sits empty in a good way. Washing begins at a pace that agrees with hands. In the scullery, 2 tubs wait, one with water brought hot from the hearth, one with cooler water that has the look of a pool where geese might like to think. A scoop of ash and a whisper of lime make the hot tub on a sup. The brother slides trenchers into water, wood takes its drink and gives up crumbs. He rubs each with a twist of straw along the grain, then lifts it to the cool tub for a gentle rinse. Boards stand on their sides in a rack to dry, air moving between them like a quiet wind in reeds. Cups receive the same attention, and their chipped rims feel no shame. A cloth spun of coarse linen clean, not fussed dries what must be dry now, the rest will finish on the rack while the sun finds the windows later. Pots and pans receive more persuasion. A handful of sand under palm turns the bottom of the broth pot from soot black to something like a night sky where stars are learning to show. He rinses with a pot of clear water poured in a half circle, which makes a shape on the floor that looks like the moon. The floor will drink it in, stone does that. A note about water. Most houses kept a small order of it. Hot first for greasy and important, warm next for everything that only lived near a fire, cool last for a courtesy and a blessing. Gray water goes not to waste but to courtyard, pig run or bed, after a soft rest so ash can settle. Even waste makes a second contribution. The kitchen believes in second contributions. The brother wipes the knife, slides it into its sleeve, and sets it where a hand will expect it tomorrow. He tips the last barley from the pot into a bowl for the pig and writes a small mark in the tally book so the pig's breakfast will not be mistaken for forgetfulness. He scrapes the board with a short iron blade, coaxing away any remaining crumbs and mustard freckles. The board feels clean without being proud. Now comes the quiet that kitchens love between tasks, the small hour where setting is the work. He banks the fire, coals drawn into a friendly mound, a lid of ash to keep them modest until later. He sets a pot of water to warm on the edge, not for anything yet, but because warm water is a kindness repeatedly needed. He measures beans into a bowl and covers them so that evening will arrive already help. He crushes a thumb of salt with fennel seed and folds it into a cone of parchment for the day's pottage, the cone's tail tucked under itself like a sleeping mouse. He checks the herb cupboard again and closes it with the key turning exactly as far as it should and no farther. From the passage window a slightly different light has begun, still gray, but gray with an opinion. He steps to the door and opens it a hand's breadth. The hinge says nothing. Beeswax remembers its job. The courtyard shows its wet stones, a bucket with a hoop, a broom leaned against a bench like a patient companion. Somewhere, the stable coughs, a sound like leather being folded. He comes back to the bench and sets out the wooden peels for bread that will arrive from the bakehouse later. He lines a basket with cloth. He puts the mustard and honey back to their shelf where they prefer, opposite ends friendly, but not mingled. He wipes the spoon handles with a cloth that has met vinegar. He straightens the ladle one last time without thinking. Address still matters. The bell for prying will come. Between now and then the kitchen will hold its breath in the pleasant way our room does when everything is ready but nothing is demanded. The brother rinses his hands at the lavabo, shakes them once, and smooths water into the wool at his sleeves. He touches the key at his cord, not to use it, only to know it is there. The stone keeps its cool comfort. The fire keeps its soft heart. The day stands at the door, polite and waiting. Morning decides itself without asking. Light comes through the small window, not bright but sure. It lays a pale square on the flagstones where steam draws a slant line through it. The brother lifts the ash lid from the banked coals and gives the hearth 3 measured breaths. With the bellows, flame accepts the invitation and becomes company again. Footsteps and a soft will announce the bakehouse before the door opens. A hand knocks once on wood with the back of the knuckles. Baker's music everywhere is the same. The door swings, hinge quiet, and warm air arrives first, new bread following in wicker. Loaves with round shoulders nestle in a lined basket, their crusts carrying ash freckles and the neat cross of yesterday's iron. The scent is clean and generous. Rye heat, the faint memory of smoke that never became soot. Bread travels to the board and listens while a cooling rack claims its place near the hearth's friendly edge. The brother taps one loaf with a fingertip, the shell answers with a quick drum. He takes the knife from its sleeve and cuts a loaf for the infirmary in slices even. He'll set aside for those who favor crust. The crumb shows small, regular caves where steam made brief houses. He wraps the slices in linen, writes a small mark on a tally chip with charcoal, and sets the bundle in a basket bound for the infirmary when the bell allows. A small note belongs here. In such houses, bread is both measure and mercy. It is counted because counting keeps every bowl honest. And it is spared for those who cannot come to table because mercy has room even in rules. The kitchen balances these truths with linen and a bit of charcoal. Cellar thoughts reach his hands next. He takes the larger key from its leather pouch by the mantel and lifts the hatch with a pull that engages shoulder and memory. The air below is a cool coin against the face. Steps lead to a room that carries Stone's temper and Apple's soft breath. A tongue waits with its tap wrapped in cloth. He tests the tap's snugness with a thumb, then draws a small measure to taste a sip that says the ale is young but kind. He tips to jugs, not full. Cellars dislike being emptied to the last drop. Apples rest in straw like pale moons with freckles. He turns each in its bed to keep one side from growing jealous of the other, then lifts 8 that carry their weight well and sets them in a shallow basket. On the way up he pauses to read the cellar's quiet drip from the wall line, tiny sound of wood contracting after night, the hush of a place that does its work mostly by not moving. The hatch settles back with a tone the beams have known for decades. He hangs the key and smooths the leather pouch flat, a courtesy to the next hand. Small repairs fill the next smaller. A broom's binding has loosened where straw meets stick. He warms beeswax between finger and thumb, winds hemp twine around the cuff, and presses the wax in so the twine will remember. The broom stand's bristles up, as if grateful. The wicker handle on a basket pricks the palm where a split has begun. He rubs that edge with a scrap of linen dipped in hot water to soften it, then binds it with a narrow strip and a stitch or two of waxed thread. A wooden ladle shows a thin line along its bowl where dryness has written. He strokes warm oil into the grain and sets it by the hearth's kind radius so oil can finish speaking. He brings a small stool near the herb press and takes his knife outside. The garden is not far, and it keeps its own cloister under open sky. Beds are edged with planks and stones. The path is tamped earth, friendly to feet and water. Sage lifts its soft gray leaves like quiet hands. Savory stands low and tidy. Hyssop holes blow in its stem tips. When the season says so, today it is green and resinous. He chooses modestly 2 sprigs of savory, a stem of thyme, a handful of parsley. He pinches mint not for the pop but for breath. A wattle fence on one side of the garden keeps hens from teaching the beds to move. A cat teaches sparrows to be polite from the top of the post and then falls asleep in teaching pose. A note gently in the margin. Gardens in these houses are many vegetable, herb, physic, and their borders are practical rather than ornamental. Plants become food and medicine and sent for sanctuaries. Nothing here is idle, even scent has a job. Back in the kitchen, he dips herbs in a pan of water and shakes them like rain from his fingers. He bundles thyme with a thread of flax and hangs it on a peg, the label tag already tied from last season. He just turns the tag to the blank side and writes anew. Savory and parsley sit on a damp cloth. He trims leeks into rings for later. The green tops save their usefulness for stock and for the pigs who appreciate green at any time. The noon pot learns its ingredients with a patience that refuses hurry. Today beans that slept under water since prime wake in a clay pot. He lifts them with both hands to the hearth edge, not to the center, and adds a ladle of barley broth to teach them the house's language. Leek rings slide into the pot, parsley stems follow for depth, and the fennel salt cone he folded earlier donates a pinch, then folds back on itself like a little tent. He drops in a strip of dried turnip kept from autumn. It will become itself again by and by. Water arrives in careful amounts. He circles it into the pot rather than pouring straight, so beans do not forget to stay under. A wooden cover rests slightly ajar to let a ribbon of steam draw its line. He places a flat stone on one side of the cover as a reminder to hands not to peek too often. Pottage like this prefers conversation over interrogation. He writes a short line in the book, beans set, herbs and varro barley. These notes are not poultry, but they are a form of kindness to the next cook who wants to know what the pot has already heard. He lays the book open where warmth won't argue with ink. A novice arrives with a shallow bucket of cabbage leaves from the garden, some whole, some with caterpillar commas. The brother inspects without comment, chooses, and returns the rest to the novice with a nod toward the hens. Leaves for pot, leaves for flock, no creature argues with that sharing. He rinses the chosen leaves, folds them twice, and cuts ribbons that fall in pale green curls. These wait on a board until the beans announce readiness with their soft, even breathing against clay. Bread slices for the midday table are cut thicker than morning's. He sets them on the warming rack so steam will kiss them once more. He chips a little salt from one of the cones, arranges it in a shallow dish, and sets a sprig of parsley beside it as if salt needed a companion. The old jugs take a ladle of clean water each. The thinning suits work and is in the rule, and in any case water in ale has a way of inviting conversation between thirst and sense. A small squeakers itself into the ladle rack when he lifts a second ladle down. He rubs the peg with beeswax and watches the sound dissolve. He tests the door latch and finds it catching with a proud little snap that doesn't belong. He rubs the catch with a slip of tallow, lifts the latch twice, and teaches it modesty. In a quiet pocket of minutes, he cuts apples into eighths for the old brother in the corner cell who prefers fruit to cheese when the weather changes. The slices shine where the knife passed. He stirs a spoon of honey into a cup with a thumb of warm water and tips it over the apples, then adds 3 fennel seeds, remembering a winter cough in last year's cold. He covers the bowl and writes a small mark on a chip that will sit by the door until someone carries it where it is meant to go. The beans speak readiness not by voice, but by the way they rise to the spoon and fall in a slow, thick line. He salts with that pinch he saved, adds the leek tops to give the last minute something to do, and folds in the ribbons of cabbage. The pot answers with a subdued encouragement, and the smell of afternoons that have been here before. He tucks the bundle of savory into the pot for the length of a psalm, and then fishes it out by its string. Herbs should help without taking over. He tastes on the back of the spoon, the place where the mouth reads more honestly. He finds what is missing, only a breath of sour. He decides against it today. Some days need vinegar, this one wants roundness. He sets a smaller pot to the side with a spoon of oil and the clove paste he made at dawn. Garlic wakes and softens. He stirs 2 ladles of bean pottage into this pan and sets it aside for the guest table where flavors like to speak quietly first. Noon is not yet here, but it has sent a message ahead. The refectory air changes the way a room does when it is looking at a clock it cannot see. The brother arranges the bowls, each with its small irregularity that makes it noble. He tips the ladle to feel its balance good and sets out cloths for hands, a jar of vinegar for those who ask, and a small dish of mustard in case a guest learned to love that taste elsewhere. He steps to the door for a breath. The square of light on the floor has moved to a new tile. In the yard, someone turns a rake across gravel, drawing lines that will not last and do not have to. He presses his palm to the doorframe, cool stone meeting warm skin, and thanks the hinge inside his head for its silence. The bell will speak again soon. The pot knows it. The ladle knows it. So do hands. The kitchen stands ready, the way a heart stands ready when it has learned its beat. The bell calls the noon hour with a firmness that is still kind. In the refectory, benches wait a breath before they learn new weight. The brother lifts the pottage to the hatch, bowl by bowl, as a second pair of hands steadies the board. Steam rises in steady veils. Ladle dips, turns, and places one, then another, each portion a little hill with green ribbons glistening, beans quiet in their sauce. At the guest board, courtesy has its own order. A cream cloth runs the length of the table, corners squared as if they meant it. He sets the smaller pot, the garlic-softened portion, near the end where travelers will sit, then places vinegar and mustard within easy reach and a cheek of cheese on a wooden plate. A small dish with apple slices in honey waits at the corner alongside a pinch of fennel seed. He adds a bowl of salt and a sprig of parsley for company. The water jug carries a gleam from the sand it met this morning. The old jug wears a wet ring like a halo. Guests arrive with travel on their boots and thanks on their lips. Some are merchants between towns, others a cleric and his boy, one a woman with a bundle of linen for the infirmary. In this house, the guest board is plain but careful. The brother bows with his shoulders enough to say welcome, not enough to make anyone apologize for needing food. He pours first for the woman, then the cleric, then the rest in the order. Feet reach the threshold. No questions. Shoes stay on because the floor is cold. A novice reads a brief blessing in the corner. The words, "Sit down softly, and let spoons begin." In the main hall, silence and reading keep their pact. The pottage proves itself by being eaten without drama. A hand lifts for vinegar, the jug travels and returns. Bread welcomes a thumb of salt. Cups relearn fullness. The reader turns a page. Kitchen noise remains the small kind, ladle touching wood, cup meeting board, a faint clack of spoon against bowl. The brother watches for needs the way a gardener watches for drooping leaves, by habit, by small signs, by not pressing. When bowls show their bottoms and mouths find water instead of words, the art tips into its next shape. The community rises, benches push back with hush. And the refectory releases its warmth to the corridor. The brother gathers bowls on a plank, tucks spoons in a cloth sling, and carries the board across his hip to the scullery. Washing begins as a sequence many hands could hum. He tips gray water from the morning out to the garden path and brings fresh in from the well warm to the larger tub, cool to the smaller. A scoop of ash shifts into the hot water. A stir with a stick raises a light slip that will invite grease to loosen its opinion. Bowls sink, sway, and rise. He rubs each rim with a twist of straw, following the grain and respecting old chips. Spoons find their turn in a shallow basket, rinsed in the cool tub until wood feels like wood again. The rack swallows bowl after bowl, their edges shining wet. Sun fingers the high window and lays a narrow ladder of brightness across the drying line. Pots earn the scouring they have asked for while the hearth still holds hard. He shades a pan with sand, presses his palm in wide circles, and watches soot surrender to dull silver. The broth kettle gets a rinsing swirl. then a final wipe with a cloth that lives only for pots. He drags the hearth's front with a flat shovel, gathering embers to their corner bed, then sprinkles a pinch of ash over them so they will nap instead of quarrel. To bricks move closer to invite an afternoon kettle, the one that keeps water ready for whatever kindness will be needed next. An errand to the physic garden comes written into the day by the cough he remembers in the infirmary quarter. He takes the small knife and a narrow basket and steps into the cloister light. The physic plot lives in the north end, slightly cooler, slightly stiller in wind. Beds are edged with wattles and chalk, labels tied with string, salvia, ruta rosmarinus, mentha, and others whose names the mouth likes to pronounce. He cuts a few sprigs of sage for throats, 2 short stems of rue for the infirmarian's vinegar carefully, touching only the sides, and a length of rosemary for the bath water of a brother who sleeps poorly when the moon is round. Yarrow offers 2 heads. He thanks it and sets them in the basket. A little mint comes too, not for physic, only for breath again, because breath appreciates being remembered. On the way back he passes the laundry green where winter linens hang like quiet sails. A novice beats shirts on a board with a flat paddle. The sound is rhythmic, not scolding. He tips his head in greeting. The paddle answers for the novice. The kitchen door accepts his return with the hinge's good behavior. He lays the cuttings on a damp cloth and writes small labels on slips of parchment so someone else will not have to guess which green is which. The sage he bruises lightly with a finger and sets aside for a pot on the infirmary stove. The rosemary he ties with thread and hangs near the warm corner to dry into softness. Rue goes into a jar of vinegar with a note tied to its neck. 3 days then strain. Afternoon stands long and even. The kitchen likes afternoons because afternoons like planning. He counts beans for the evening pot with his fingertips, as if they were beads. He measures barley again, the cup rising and falling with the rhythm of breath. He sets out onions, a carrot from the cellar, and a handful of peas dried in pods since the last warm month. He crushes more salt with fennel seed, wraps it in paper again, and ties it with thread so the bundle will behave. The fire learns its next task. Not loud work, only a long conversation with water. A note rests easily here. Evening soup in such houses seldom surprises. It is the kind of food a spoon recognizes by memory grain. Greens, a little oil if allowed, maybe a heel of yesterday's bread crumbled in. The comfort is not in richness, but in repetition. Bodies trust what returns predictably and helpfully. He carries the basket of apple slices and honey to the infirmary along with 2 bowls and a wedge of cheese. The corridor smells of soap and linen and a little vinegar where a floor was wiped. The infirmarian nods thanks without unpacking it into talk. A brother in the corner cell smiles at the fennel seeds as if they were a familiar song. The bundle of rue for vinegar is left on the small shelf with the note. The kitchen returns to its own pulse. Back at the bench, he checks the iron rings on the pot lifter for any hint of crack. Iron is honest and will announce worry if a hand listens. He trims another wick and tops the lamp with a thumb of tallow. He squares the bread basket. Cloth lies clean and ready, corners turned and like envelopes. He pushes a splinter back into the side of the table with the handle of a spoon and rubs the place with a finger to tell the wood it has been seen. There is always a corner that needs love. Today it is the stone step by the door, where grit gathers like a congregation. He sweeps it with 3 long strokes and 2 short, the broom's new binding holding like a vow. He shakes the mat, lays it back, and places the bucket so the well rope cannot learn to trip a foot. The afternoon kettle whispers before it speaks. He floats the evening pot, heavier now with its waiting contents, nearer the fire's concentration, and leaves the lid a little ajar. He tastes yesterday's vinegar to judge if the barrel has stayed content. He writes a line in the book, evening set, rue to vinegar, sage for sick, then places the quill back under the strap, tip white and pointed toward tomorrow. Light changes, it's mine again. The square on the floor moves to the other side of the hearth. Voices in the cloister soften into the kind that invites vespers. He pulls the pot half a hand outward, tucks greens into it the last frame of a day's sentence, and stirs once in a figure of 8, the motion that moves everything without scolding anything. Steam smells like vegetables and promise. The first bell for vespers thinks about beginning. He wipes the ladle handle one more time and sets it bowl down. He slides the knife into its sleeve, the pestle into its corner, the mortar beneath its cloth. He touches the key on his cord and lets it knock his hit gently. He looks around at board, pot, rack, door, hearth, shelves, and sees no request standing up. This is the hour kitchens like most, when what must be ready is ready, and what must wait knows it is allowed. A second late brother appears in the doorway and nods the question, "Do you come?" with his chin. The cook nods back and answers without words by smoothing his sleeve and laying the towel across its peg. The fire will keep its small house under ash. The pot will continue its learning with no one watching. The bell asks again, more certainly. He lifts the latch soft, thanks to beeswax, and steps into the corridor where wool and stone remember each other. Behind him the kitchen holds its steadiness like a kept promise, the evening soup turning slowly toward itself, the boards drying, the herb sprigs darkening into usefulness. Vespers lays a soft stripe of sound through the corridors. The kitchen feels it before the brothers' sandals return. The pot has kept its slow promise. Beans and barley speak in small, even breaths. Steam carries leek and the mild earth that belongs to winter vegetables. He lifts the lid a finger's width and lets the first ribbon out so it will not grow restless. Then he skims the top with the back of the ladle and sets the lid back where it remembers to sit. Evening service ends with feet that do not hurry. The refectory's candles glow like patient eyes. At the hatch, wooden bowls line up once more. The serving is quieter than noon because evening belongs to finishing, not beginning. Ladle, tilt, set. A heel of bread finds each bowl. A jug of water stands for whoever prefers it to ale at this hour. Another jug of thin ale waits anyway, invited but not insistent. A small dish of salt rests near the reader's place. The reader opens to a line that needs no comment and gives it in an ordinary voice that will not disturb anyone's sleep later. Guests eat at the end table again, with their day folded small. A traveler thanks the house with eyes as much as mouth. The woman with the linen parcel has handed it over to the infirmary and sits now with her hands under the table so warmth from the bowl can find her fingers. The brother adds 2 apple slices to her board without remark. Hospitality in this house likes to walk, not talk. Bowls empty in the right way slowly, with pauses that are as much about breathing as swallowing. When the reading closes, the timbre of benches answers in a low, familiar chord. The brother and his companion collect what needs collecting. The last drop from a bowl becomes food for the pig. The last crumb from a board becomes food for birds in the morning. A cloth passes over the table and picks up what the day is ready to set down. The refectory sighs the way rooms do when they are being thanked. In the scullery, water waits for work. The pattern returns, hot with ash slip first, cool with clarity next. Evening washing happens slower. Hands are tired and less talkative, even inside their own heads. Spoons take their bath and stand with handles up. Bowls find the rack. The little basket for chips receives one more, not new, only remembered. He rubs the broth pot with a short palm of sand until metal gives back a dull, willing shine. He pours the cool rinse in a half circle again, and the floor drinks accordingly. He carries a small pot across the yard to the infirmary stove. Sage leaves steep in water that remembers a short boil. The steam smells like the green side of a coin. He leaves the pot labeled with the infirmarian and returns by the cloister walk where the day's last light has become a suitable gray. A sparrow practices being quiet on the lintel. The cat makes a decision to ignore everything and follows it through. Back in the kitchen, he turns to the hearth's bed and begins the night posture. Coals gather into a mound as if called by name. He scoops ash with the flat pan and draws it over the coals like a blanket. A small channel remains in the middle for a cautious breath of air. The ash keeps heat faithful. Monastic houses preferred fires that could rest without sulking. Banks like these make mourning easier, and ease is a form of wisdom, not laziness. He fills a kettle halfway and sets it near the warm edge to think until compline, not boiling, just ready to be useful. He wipes the ladle and folds a square of linen around its bowl. He slides the knife into its sleeve and puts the sleeve where knives live when they are not being asked to prove themselves. He rubs the ladle peg once more with beeswax because the peg enjoys feeling remembered. He hangs the broom with bristles up so gravity will not teach it bad habits. The tally book opens to its evening page. He writes small, patient lines: soup served, bread counted, apples to infirmary, roux set in vinegar, hearth baked. He adds to dots below his own mark for no quarrels with tools. These books are not literature, but they are honest. They let tomorrow's hand know what today's hand decided. In 100 years, someone might read a page like this one and understand a little of how the house kept steady. He checks the herb cupboard with the small key, not to fetch but to be sure. The door's beeswax line glows faintly in lamplight. Bundles and jars sit like well-behaved words. He touches the parsley with one knuckle and turns the tag to catch the lamplight. Then he locks the cupboard and returns the key to the cord. Keys belong to bodies at night, not to hooks. The cellar key he leaves in its leather pouch, heavy, familiar, cold in the way stone expresses affection. A novice appears at the door with the broom meant for carters. The brother trades a nod with him and gives him the bucket of gray water with a gesture toward the courtyard. The novice goes, pours the water along the garden edge where spring intends to return, and places the bucket upside down near the well so dew will not practice climbing into it. He brings the broom back and leans it on the right peg. The peg has always been the right peg. The novice grins at getting it right without being told. Then he goes because novices collect sleep where they can. The kitchen walks once more on itself. Pegs, peels, cloths board. Mortar wiped, pestle resting. Spoon handles aligned to the same compass. The warming rack empty but still showing a ghost of bread. The door latch learns to close with a quieter sound after one more swipe of tallow. A small splinter on the table edge, raised by afternoon washing, is pressed flat again and rubbed with a wet fingertip. The floor receives two last strokes from the broom, long and slow, a farewell more than a cleaning. He hears the first bell for Compline. It does what Compline always does, invites the house to put its tools to bed. He pulls the door to almost closed, then stops. There is one more act that belongs to evening. He pours a thimble of water into the hearth sash where a stubborn coal tries to think of itself as a spark. The sound is a tiny whisper. The kitchen likes the sound. It means nothing will ask to be aflame before morning says so. Compline prayers curl their way through stone. He listens, and does not listen. Prayer happens in more than one room. Some nights he prays with the choir, some nights he prays with a cloth and a spoon. Tonight he is a kitchen psalm. He raises the lamp, turns the wick down to a polite oval, and hooks it on the iron where lamps dream of oil. Shadows become orderly and stay within their lanes. He sets a pan of barley to soak with a handful of peas for tomorrow noon. He writes a small note, peas sleeping, and tucks it under the strap, a joke that is also a reminder. He pulls a cloth over the bread basket so the night mice will think twice, and the morning crust will be it should be. He places a chip beside the door with a mark for the infirmarian sage caught to be refreshed. The chip will find the right eyes in the morning without anyone telling it how. Finally, the door itself. He lifts the latch very slowly to hear it and teaches his ear to like its good behavior. He opens, steps into the passage, and pulls the door to, leaving it not quite latched before he remembers the key. He palms the iron, warm now from his cord, sets it in the lock, and turns it to the sound the wood has taught him is correct. Not too far, not too little. Wood, iron, and hand agree. He tests once, then returns the key to the cord. It knocks his hip and says home. The corridor holds a small draught. He enjoys it for a breath. The cloister is becoming moonlit and pale. In the yard, the raked lines have blurred into something that looks like music. The sky has turned the color of wool washed many times. Night and the house have made their treaty again. He walks to slow paces, then stops and listens behind the door. The kitchen answers with the right kind of silence, contained, not empty. The bank fire breathes through ash. The kettle near the edge thinks warm thoughts. The hanging herbs shift once in a current that I cannot see. Everything that should rest is resting. Everything that should keep watch is keeping. Watch. He moves on, wool brushing lime, hands within sleeves. He will return before dawn to the same square of stone, to the same hinge and key, to coals that believe in him, and a pot that has kept a small of all night. It will be lauds again, and bread will remember heat, and a ladle will find its rin. Houses like this are calendars you can hold. From stone and barley and tallow light, we can step outward now to river shade and leaf fats, to raffia ties and green that becomes blue in the air, to hands the color of sky and cloth that learns patterns by breath and time. Evening folds itself over the roof with the calm of a wool blanket. The street stones keep the days damp. They shine a little where cart wheels have laid their smoothness. A man in a felt cap lifts his ladder from the brick wall and settles it on his shoulder. The wood knows him. It has worn to the shape of his hand and to the slope of his collarbone. In his other hand he carries the lamplighter's pole-ash wood straight, with a brass hook and a little taper cage at the end. A leather pouch rides his belt, lint cloth, a small spanner, a stub of candle, a rag that has learned such language, and a pencil not as long as his thumb. Inside the breast of his coat, a narrow ledger keeps quiet company. Dusk thins the distance. Windows show rectangles of yellow and tea brown. A bakery on the corner exhales a late warmth that smells of crust and seed. A cat becomes a soft triangle on a step. Farther off, the river keeps its own light iron gray as if it were varnished. He starts at the first lamp on his map, the one nearest the public house with the sign of the wheat sheaf. The post stands black and sensible, its number plate pinched to the iron like a small badge. He touches the number with 2 fingers so his mind and the metal agree. The latter lifts and leans into its learned angle. His boots know the first rung and then the second. Up at the globe he eases the latch with the brass hook and lifts the glass gently. Hinges answer with a polite note. Inside, the burner waits like a small mouth. He checks the little cotton collar rag where rag still belongs and trends what has grown proud. He wipes a circle of soot from the chimney with the folded cloth, not making it new, only honest. There is the faintest hiss, then he coaxes flame with his taper. It takes, first thin and blue as a pencil line, then softens. The mantle fine mesh, not old, not new, for this city finds its color and stands like a pearl. The globe lowers again. Light sits down on the pavement and stays. He makes a pencil mark in the ledger against the lamp's number, then writes a weather word, damp, still, breeze. Tonight he writes mild. In the margin he makes a dot where soot will want attention on Thursday. None of it needs poetry. Numbers and small words do their work. Down the ladder, shoulders into the street, wood on bone, he crosses to the next post. Roots run in his head the way well-tuned clocks run in a tower. This run is the short one along the terrace, and then the longer stretch by the mews, then the curve past the square that likes to smell of leaves in summer. He keeps a pace that lets breath be useful and unremarkable. Children still out are called in by names that know them. A boy with a paper bag of hot chestnuts holds one to the tip of his tongue and then laughs because it is hotter than he thought. He fans his mouth with the other hand and then offers the lamplighter one chestnut as if paying a toll. The lamplighter smiles with his eyes and nods thanks. He will eat it later, not now, because hands must be clean for glass and brass. A barrow creaks, then stills. On a scylla geranium keeps to red coins until morning decides to spend them. At the second lamp he lifts the globe and finds a spider's effort tucked like a little glove in a corner. He strokes it away with the cloth, soft so silk does not practice sticking. The burner tip gets a touch with the spanner to seat it true. Gas cock, hiss light. The mantle blushes and then steadies. He gives the chimney glass a brief turn to be sure it sits square on its shoulder. Soot leaves a finger on his cuff. He does not scold it. Cuffs learn work. A small footnote belongs here, kept gentle, in these years. Many streets burn gas, some with open flames like little fishtails, some with mantles, thin nets that glow when flame touches them. Oil and candles still live in windows and the long lanes, but the city has learned to hiss softly at night, and the hiss means company on the road. He walks, lights, notes, and moves on. He is a metronome for dusk. At the alley's mouth he pauses to listen, nothing asked for him except the lamp. He leans the ladder, climbs, lifts, trims, opens, lights. Each action is a bead on a string. If he thought of it too much, the beads would fall. Instead, he lets his hands remember. From the bakery door, the last batch of buns goes to a tray. A woman holds a cloth over them to teach heat to stay. He can smell the lesson. The square has 4 posts and a wrought iron fence that keeps the shrubs from learning to wander. He lights the corner nearest the horse trough first. Animals like the arrival of light, whether or not they say so. 2 sparrows shuffle to a new perch and pretend they had always thought of that branch. In one tall house, a servant shakes a rug with steady arms. The dust spills, learns the lamplight, and then loses its courage and falls. Across the square, a violin decides to practice scales to the letter C and then has the good manners to stop. He stops at the mews where horses know him. They watch a man, not the ladder. He raises the globe and, because this lamp collects the day's breath more than others, he wipes the inside with care. The glass answers with a clearer face. He opens the valve and scrapes the taper along the side of its cage. Flame wakens like a thoughtful eye. The mantle takes it and gives back a steady square of light, like linen spread on a table. He marks the ledger, mews cleaned, a side note for the margin, soft as a sleeve. Companies and districts decide who lights which streets. The man's route belongs as much to the company as to his feet. He walks it as if it belonged to him, because that is how streets learn to be safe, by belonging a little to a pair of hands. He lifts his head and watches the line of lamps. He has made small planets in a row. The darkness is not pushed back. It is invited to be less lonely. He moves on. Past the tobacconist's window, where paper labels look like little flags, a clock in the public house yard tells the minute in a voice that has had ale. He checks his own pocket watch against it and finds agreement enough for work. The pencil marks in his ledger keep their own time, 1 line for each lamp. He writes smaller now to save the last of the stub. Down one narrow court he carries no ladder there. The posts are short, and the hook, meeting a chain under the glass, does the whole job from the ground. He lifts, pulls, hears the click inside as the cock opens, and the small flame does the rest. The chain drops back like a return word. He pushes his cap up a finger's width and listens to the hiss. It is the right word for this court. At the last post before the bridge he sets the ladder again. A boy in a sailor suit stands with his father and points at the flame as if rehearsing knowledge he will belong to later. The lamplighter nods to the father. No one says much. Words are thinner at this hour and do not want to be wasted. He lowers the globe, checks the hinge pin with the spanner, and writes a tiny X in the ledger to remind himself to bring a new pin in the morning. Tools prefer to whisper first and fail never. He teaches himself to hear whispers. By the time the river shows between the warehouses, his row of lamps has become a guide. The water keeps a separate, darker light of its own. The lamp set a thread beside it. He rests the ladder against a wall and rolls his shoulder once, easy. The pouch rides his hip without complaint. He pulls the ledger out and runs a thumb along the pencil marks. All hero, all simple. He steps to the bridge's first post and lifts the globe. The wind tastes tin near the river. He cups the flame with his palm until mantle and glass agree on their manners. He does not yet think of the way back, how he will later turn valves down and let night own itself again. For now the work is lighting, and lighting is a kind way to count the evening. Stone keeps its damp, brass keeps its small shine, gas keeps its polite hiss. Somewhere behind him, the cat on the step opens one eye and closes it again. That is the city's approval. The river wind arrives with a taste like a clean coin. He sets the ladder heel to curb and feels the post's faint tremor through the rung. The little shiver that says gas is traveling under streets in iron veins. Up he goes, steady as a church clock's minute hand. The globe lifts, the hinge a touch stiff, asks for oil in the morning. He trims a ragged edge from the mantle skirt with the smallest snip of scissors, breathing out as he cuts so ash will fall where it should. A dusting of white sifts down and becomes nobody's business. Valve, hiss, coax. The mantle wakes from pearl to milk. He writes a small triangle in the ledger next to for 7B is sign for hinge oil, and a dot for saprone. Marks make a quiet conversation across pages, the kind of talk tools prefer. He turns his coat collar against the breeze and moves toward the longer stretch that hugs the embankment before curving back into houses that like geraniums in summer. At 48 he finds a globe with breath on the inside. Someone has been curious and blown at the glass. He lifts, wipes, and leaves no sermon, only clarity. At 49 the mantle shows a thin pale scar along one side, the promise of a future soak. He checks his pouch. There is room for 2 new mantles tonight. This post earns 1. He pinches the gas, cups the flame out with the cloth, and lets the burner cool. The old mantle parts from the gallery ring with the tiniest sigh, a delicate cage that has already given most of itself to light. He pockets it for disposal at the yard. From a paper sleeve, a new mantle soft, netted, ridiculous before it glows slides into position. He ties its threads with 2 turns, and a knot that knows how not to fail. A touch of flame hardens it to the fragile shell it must be, and when gas returns, it blooms the way skimmed milk grows warm quietly and all at once. A soft margin note, no louder than a sleeve. The gas mantle here is woven of threads made clever with minerals. They turn to a sort of ash lace that glows without becoming flame. Fragile to a breath, but generous to a street. He marks the ledger, mantle 49, and adds the time with a small flourish he reserves for replacements. He steps down and shoulders the ladder, and as he turns he finds the constable waiting at the corner with his baton under his arm the way one might carry a folded umbrella. "Evening," says the constable in a voice measured to the hour. "Your way looks good tonight." The lamplighter nods. "Yours as well." They share the weather into senses, and the state of the paving in one. He mentions the hinge at 47B. The constable mentions a loose stone by the trough. Information travels by hats and boots after dark. They stand a moment looking down the line he has lit. The constable tips his head as if listening to the hiss. "Makes the rounds feel like company," he says. The lamplighter touches the pole to the pavement lightly, a habit 10 degrees. The constable moves on. His steps measure a different kind of safety. At 52 a child appears with a handkerchief hawk folded from newspaper, its beak determined by someone else's thumbs. She holds it up to the light and watches the shadow on the wall flap when she wiggles the stick. He smiles with his eyes again and sets the ladder 3 feet to the left so her bird can keep its game. At 53, the window above holds a canary's cage and a tea tin repurposed as a pot for basil. The bird sleeps, head tucked. The plant leans toward where morning will be. He takes the curve past a yard, where the gas company keeps a vent pipe and iron mouth set waist-high with a cage to discourage hets and foolishness. A faint, honest exhale comes and goes there, the system's way of keeping even temper. He pauses, sets the ladder aside, and rests his palm near the vent to feel the warmth speak of pressure and patience. He writes a tiny circle in the ledger next to vent good, the check passed between him and whatever man will read these pages by daylight. By the time he reaches the crescent, dusk has completed its work and left him supervisor of evening. He raises the globe again, wipes in a practiced spiral so it goes home to the cloth, not the air, and tests the burner seat with the spanner quarter turn, touch back. The flame steadies, the mantle returns to pearl, the glass settles. He replaces the latch with 2 fingers, and feels it click to the language of iron. He steps down and listens a second for the infinitesimal change a well-set flame makes in the world. It is there, like a thread drawn tight. A woman at now. 8 opens her door to shake crumbs from a cloth. A small dog considers speaking to him, and then declines. No. 10 a man in shirt sleeves props a ledger on the sill to catch the last honest light, and then sighs because dusk has other plans. The lamplighter gives that window the next lamp a trifle sooner than the rest. Facilitation is a kind of courtesy. He reaches the little green that imagines itself a square and sets the ladder by a post that fondly collects leaves in autumn. Even now a crisp brown guest hugs the hinge. He flicks it free with the rag and keeps it in his pocket for fire kindling later. Nothing wasted tonight but dark. Behind him a boy practices the pair of steps his father taught him, heel-toe, toe-heel, a dance with no ambition beyond the yard. He stops when he hears the click of the lamp latch, and looks up as if someone had said his name kindly. At 60 the glass has a bruise, a faint clouding where someone's handprint once learned to stay. He breathes on the spot, wipes with the cloth, breathes again, and works in circles until the bruise becomes a memory. He notes 60 glass tired in his book. It can serve another season. Tools appreciate being believed in. Farther on, the lamps stand closer together where alley mouths ask for extra attention. He sets the ladder more often here, checks mantles with a glance, and keeps the hook ready for chain-lit posts. In one narrow turning he performs the whole dance from the ground, hook in, chain down, click, is bloom, chain up, latch. His hands move like someone counting in sign. 2 women in aprons pass with baskets and nod. Dough has dusted one woman's sleeve with a pale constellation. She wears it the way a master mason wears one. At the end of the terrace a shopkeeper draws his shutters, but keeps a finger slip of space for his own looking. You'll have rain before midnight, he says to the lamplighter's back, friendly prophecy. The lamplighter glances at the halo around the nearest globe and finds it small. Perhaps the shopkeeper's forecast is for a different parish. Perhaps, he says, smiling into his collar, and touches the spanner to a sulky burner that prefers to be reminded of its threads before performing. He pauses by the iron bench under the elm where people tell each other the day. No one sits now. The wood is damp. He sets the ladder against the lamp that softens the bench at night and thinks of the people who choose it, men with tired boots, women who carry paper parcels, a soldier on leave with a cough that knows tobacco too well. Lamps are not cures, but they are companions. His job is to deliver companionship in uniform portions, and then go. At a corner where three streets argue and then agree to be one, he meets a carman aiming his horse toward the yard. Lights make a lane for creatures, the carman observes. Mine likes to see where oats come from. The lamplighter nods. He trims, opens, and kindles. The horse's ears turn toward the S, then toward a bucket the carman shakes in demonstration. Everyone in this small scene approves of the arrangement. He lengthens his stride for the last 5 posts on this side. He has learned not to hurry and not to dawdle. Calendars live in pockets, but the hour keeps itself by breath, and by the way glass begins to gather dew. He replaces one more mantle where a moth has taught fragility. He tightens one gallery screw. He writes 2 more tiny signs in the margin, one for a globe that rattles on wind nights, one for a lamp whose number plate has gone shy. When the line returns him to the broad street that runs toward the station, he sets the ladder beneath the tallest post on his route. Its globe, big-bellied, holds a city's worth of faint scratches. He lifts, wipes, checks, opens, lights. The mantle glows like a pearl cupped in brass fingers. He stays an extra second, watching the light leave the glass, fall through a damp inch of air, and make a clean, sensible oval on the paving. Their work done to a shape. He takes a half step back to see the long perspective. Dots become a string, the string becomes a patient underline beneath roofs and chimneys. Darkness remains, but it behaves. He closes the ledger for a moment and warms his palms near the globe without touching it. Each speaks of order, not just flame. A final practical charm. He presses the ladder's feet to be sure no loose shoenail waits to bite, runs a hand along the pole to check the hook's small screw, and smooths the rag that carries it so it will be ready to be blackened again. Tools receive their evening pat. He tastes chestnut now cooled in his pocket, and smiles because the boy's joke has become a small sweetness that does not ask for attention. He turns toward the next row, where pianos practice behind lace, and someone reads aloud to someone else. Light will find those windows shortly. He will carry it a post at a time, and the night will grow conversational. Mist begins the slow work of making halos. It comes from the river first, then learns the lanes, laying a thin shine on iron and brick. The station road opens wide ahead, flanked by shops that will forget themselves and be shutters by night's middle. He shifts the ladder on his shoulder so the weight sits kindly and walks in a line that memory knows without checking. At the first post near the bookstall he lifts the globe and meets a breath of warm paper newsprint and dabbed covers. The burner sits a touch angled. He checks the gallery collar with the spanner quarter turned forward. A whisper backhand the seat agrees. Valve, hiss, coax. The mantle wakes and gathers itself, a soft pearl inside a glass bell. Mist strokes the globe and teaches it a halo. He writes straightened in his ledger beside the lamp's neat number and moves on. A portico ahead shelters 3 posts at once, tall columns letting the street pass, as if the building were holding its skirt away from puddles. He leans the ladder there to keep out of a brief spit of rain more suggestion than weather. Under the stone he can work slowly, a luxury measured in breaths. At the first lamp, a moth rests as if it had mistaken glass for moon. He lifts the globe just far enough to touch the creature with the rag. It rides away on the cloth unharmed and confused in a helpful direction. He wipes the inside with a spiral already stored in his wrist. At the second lamp, the mantle shows a tiny nick along the hem, the sort of flaw that becomes a sulk in a gust. He pinches off the gas, lets the burner cool a moment on its own temper, and ties on a fresh mantle from the paper sleeve. Threads, knot, touch of flame to harden, then valve open again. The new gauze glows, delicate and certain, a small promise kept. A station porter with a red kerchief at his throat pauses by the steps and nods toward the line of lamps already lit. Helps folks find the last train, he says, quiet as the hour. The lamplighter returns the nod and says nothing more than evening. Words rest under roofs at this time. The porter's barrow squeaks a little. He taps the wheel with his boot, and the squeak thinks better of continuing. Mist thickens where the station breathes. He cups the taper's flame with his palm as he kindles the next post, shielding it from a playful draught. The glass answers by fogging for an instant, then clearing to show the mantle steady. His cap gathers tiny beads along its brim. He shakes them off with a tilt that does not trouble the latter. He notes damp mantle strong with a small tick that means no concern. A watchman steps from the gate with a ring of keys that could anchor a skiff. He wears a heavy coat that listens for pockets and finds them. All right up your way, he asks, not to start a talk, only to place friendliness in its proper place. All right, the lamplighter says. They share 20 heartbeats of looking along the row. Light softens brick. Shadow no longer worries the pavement. The watchman points with his chin toward a blind corner where a lamp sits nearer the wall than others. That one, he says. Thank you, says the lamplighter, though his ledger already holds a dot there. Courtesy loves to pretend discovery belongs to both sides. He moves again, ladder a metronome against the evening. At a tall post by the station clock he checks the hinge pin and finds where. A bright crescent where iron has decided to like movement too much. He adds pin to tomorrow's list and, for tonight, settles the globe with a gentler hand. A man inside the ticket office brushes chalk from his sleeve. Under the chalk the sleeve remains a sleeve. A woman straightens a child's scarf at the curb. The scarf decides to be obedient until wind teaches it a story. Beyond the station, the crescent gathers itself like a shallow bowl, house fronts forming a calm moon of brick. Lamps here are set closer, the better to keep doorsteps companionable. He lights the first and watches the fog give it a crown. At the next, the glass carries a film inside, a breath that lingers from an earlier inspection. He wipes it with the soot rag folded into 4, each quadrant taking its turn, so the glass can be clear without feeling scrubbed. The rag bears another set of smudges. It looks pleased. At noon, 5 a piano practices a slow scale, the sound spilling from lace curtains like warm water in thin lines. He times his work to those steps open, hiss, bloom, close C, D, E, F. The ledger receives a dot at the bar of the stave for pleasure only. He will read later. He will not be asked to justify the dot. Some notations exist to keep a mankind to his own job. A cab turns the corner with a horse that has learned rein and cobble. The driver keeps his hat low and lifts one hand from his knee, greeting enough from seat to ladder. The horse looks at the line of lamps as if reading a sentence it has memorized. Hose soften under light in a way feet notice and do not remark on. At the corner by the greengrocer, a globe rattles faintly in its frame when he raises it. He tests the retaining clip and finds it a breath loose. To turns of the spanner, a touchback for good manners, and the rattle retires. He notes clip and makes a tiny caret above the word to remind himself it was only the top one. His ledger is a nest of such small hieroglyphs, no one else would bother, and no one else needs to. Mist thins for a minute, then returns holding the faintest coal smell from a distant yard. He breathes it as a man reads an old friend's handwriting. At a narrow lane the post is chainlit. He does the whole ceremony from the ground with the pole hook, tug, click, hiss, glow, drop. A boar with a satchel stops to watch without asking questions, and then moves on with the knowledge of the shape of those motions added to the satchel's other contents. He shelters again under a shallow porch while a brief scud of rain decides whether to be more. It declines. In that pause he tends a small repair. One mantle tie on his belt has frayed. He pulls the little knife from the pouch, nicks the fray clean, and ties a new flat knot that won't teach itself loose. He rubs the knot with a thumb touch to tallow so it will slide into place, and then stay. Tools ask for this kind of talk. It saves larger speeches later. He lights the post opposite a florist's darkened window where, even at night, heads of ferns keep their private green. Moisture beads along each frond. The lamplight makes a bloom on every tip. He does nothing about that beauty except leave it intact. At the terrace end a single lamp stands guard by the iron rail that keeps wheels from making mistakes. The wind is franker here. He opens, waits for a lull the way a sailor waits for a set, then invites flame. He cups the globe a second longer before letting it down, and hears the tiny change as the mantle's glow decides to be continuous. Good, he says to the metal, which appreciates a word when no one else is near. He checks his pocket watch. The run is on time without being exacting. A post farther on receives attention a trifle early because a woman inside a shop door watches the street with a look that begs a little more light. He gives it, and her shoulders drop by a finger's width. Lights are also weights a man can lift from other people without touching them. Across the road the gas yard's vent breathes again. He lays his palm near its cage and reads warmth and patience. He makes the tiny circle in the margin once more, a private handshake between him and whoever tends the mains. Somewhere a valve far away obeys a mind he will never meet. His post is the visible part, the sentence, and the city sees. He comes at last to the piece of the route where his line meets his line, the loop closing neatly on itself. He stands a moment at the crossing of two glows, looking back the way he came and forward into what he has already done. The street is stitched. Rain may come by midnight, fog may rise after 2, but the lamps will hold their manners unless wind teaches them new ones. He writes one last small word steady beside the number at the post where he stands, and closes the ledger with a thumb laid kindly along its edge. He tastes the air, cold bread that has given up, horse and wet iron, a shadow of river, all of it belongs. He lifts the ladder for the next short lane, the one with the iron boot scrapers by every step, and moves, carrying the same small flame he has been borrowing and returning all evening. The run pushes farther out where shops give way to quieter fronts and narrow steps. Here the curbs are soft with moss where boots don't argue much. He sets the ladder in the mouth of a little crescent and feels for level by the way the feet speak through his hands. Up, lift, hinge, white, valve, hiss, glow. The motions have become a lullaby he gives back to the street. A doorway opens to houses on and releases a thin seam of tea steam. "You'll take a cup," a woman says from the threshold, voice sized for the hour. She is not asking. He rests the ladder against the railings, removes his cap, and steps only as far as the mat. She passes him a chipped blue mug that remembers ships. The tea is strong and shyly sweet, the kind that asks a man to breathe first and swallow second. He warms his fingers, and the mug warms him back. "How many tonight?" she asks, meaning lamps, not steps. "Enough," he says, smiling without showing teeth. They stand a moment watching the halo form on the nearest globe while the mug's rim cools to kindness. He returns it with thanks. She closes the door with a latch that knows its job. Hospitality, like gas, travels in small pipes. Fog thickens along the next turning, the kind that chooses corners and learns names. The lamp there sits closer to the wall, and the globe remembers fingerprints from other evenings when mist had turned to drizzle. He sets the ladder carefully, a handspan farther out to make the climb honest, and rises into a world made smaller by softness. Inside the glass beads form while he works. He wipes in slow spirals, and waits between them so the cloth can keep ahead of the air. The mantle glows like a pearl under gauze. He opens the valve a whisper more than usual, not enough to scold the meter, only enough to teach the corner confidence. He writes fob +1 in the ledger with a small underline he uses for weather favors. At the next post a tiny chip at the chimney's lid threatens a future rattle. He touches it with 2 fingers, listens, and decides it will hold if the hinge is asked nicely in the morning. CHIN.NIC check goes into the margin. He tightens the gallery screw a quarter turn, and then a breath back, the usual treaty between threads and a man who intends to meet them again. Tools love promises. A constable's lantern appears briefly at the far end of the street, a small moving planet that nods once when it passes a fixed one. The lamplighter returns the nod with his pole held vertical for a beat. A salute better than words. Farther off, a baker's boy whistles half of a tune, and then forgets the rest. The air keeps it anyway. He pauses by a short row of bow-front windows where ferns keep their evening, each frond holding tiny pearls of wet. The lamps make a slow shine on the glass, which the ferns seem to drink. He does nothing except not hurry. The street enjoys being looked at without being corrected. At 70 to the gallows bracket that carries the globe's weight offers a small groan when lifted. He lowers the glass and rubs a smear of tallow on the pin with his thumb, working it in until iron remembers to be polite. The groan leaves. Oiled 72 gets its neat mark. He resettles the globe with a click so clean it might be music. A woman across the way balances a coal scuttle against her hip and watches him, as one might watch whether interested, resigned, grateful when it behaves. He lights a pair on opposite sides of a narrow court by using the hook and chain to small ceremonies from the ground that answer each other across the gap. Click, hiss, bloom left, click, hiss, bloom right. The court learns to breathe. A cat slips across, uses the new oval of light to examine its own paws, then vanishes into the place where stairs pretend to be caves. A shutter snugs in its groove, wood finding wood by muscle memory. At a 3-way meeting of lanes, damp becomes thicker, and sound gets round shoulders. He steps beneath the bracket, lifts the globe, and cups the mantle's little world with his palm while flame decides what to be. When glass returns to shoulder, the glow becomes a cordial coin on the paving edge, precise, middle quiet. He writes dense holding and squares the pencil ends with his pocket knife because a blunt point is no friend to small words. He drinks the last cold sweetness left by the tea on his tongue and thinks of the distance back. The route has a hinge of its own outward, then turn after the turn, the same carefulness, but with a mind taken up by the reverse work that will come later. Tonight's dowsing will begin near the river and curl inward like steam. He doesn't plan it aloud, the plan lives in feet and ledger marks, and the way do collect sunglass when midnight thinks of itself. A lamp beside an iron boot scraper shows a valve that's grown perverse resisting, then yielding too much. He closes it, closes, opens, and finds the agreeable middle. Cock-stiff service he writes, and adds a tiny arrow for inside thread. He touches the spanner to the square at the valve stem and listens for the right small click. The click happens. He nods toward the metal because mutual respect keeps roots alive. In the last little terrace, a man in shirt sleeves appears with a bucket and pours a ribbon of water along the gutter to persuade dust. It makes a brief clean smell, then vanishes into grates that have collected small histories all day. Evening, the man says, as if that were a blessing to be handed back and forth. Evening, the lamplighter answers, and lights the post that will keep him company while he locks his door. A single mantle remains in his pouch. He saves it for the lamp that always asks, the one on the corner of the ironworks lane where vibration teaches fragility. Sure enough, when he lifts the globe there, the mesh shows a faint break at its crown, a hairline promise of darkness. He snuffs the flame with the rag, lets a dozen heartbeats pass, and ties on the new gauze as a tailor might replace a collar. A breath to set it, a coaxed whisper of gas, and the pearl stands up again as if nothing had needed doing. He folds the old mantle carefully, even with failure, and pockets it for proper disposal. The ledger receives Newman, Iron Lane, and a tiny cross that means spare used here at the far edge of his district. He rests the ladder against a wall and stands for 30 seconds with his hands in his pockets to read the day. Stats home and lit beads. The fog has quieted to a mannersome veil. Each globe wears a small crown. Pavements carry ovals like plates set out for guests. He turns his cap's brim a thumb width and begins the half-arc that will bring him back toward the river. 2 lamps later, a doorway opens again and a hand extends a small enameled cup. "Warm milk?" says an unseen voice that belongs to a mother and a clock. He accepts, drinks, and returns the cup. "Your lights make my boy sleep," she adds, not quite laughing. "Then I'll keep them steady," he says. The door closes with the soft syllable of a well-made latch. He writes nothing of that. Not everything belongs to the book. He shortens his ladder a rung for the next lane where posts are shorter, and the pavement narrows to the width of 2 good umbrellas. Ladder up, globe, valve, his glow. His shoulder finds its place under wood. The pole's hook taps twice against iron as habit's punctuation. At a tiny triangle of green wedged between 3 roads, he lights the single lamp that pretends to be a square's worth. It tries valiantly. The grass believes it. A small repair waits at 81B wick collar frayed, an older burner that still lives handsomely in a back street. He pinches the cock closed, lifts the globe, and loosens the gallery. The collar comes free with a patient twist. From the pouch he takes a spare band and slips it over the burner's neck, tightening until the threads speak of agreement. He rubs a whisper of tallow on the screw and reseats the gallery. Flame returns softer and more trustworthy. 81B collar set goes into the margin with the modest pride such 6s deserve. He reaches the turning point at last, a post standing watch by a stone bollard knuckled with old scrapes. He lights it and lays his palm on the iron, a ritual of pivot rather than ownership. Ledger closes under his thumb for a heartbeat and then opens to the page where small triangles and dots have gathered across the evening. He blows a crumb of graphite from the paper and turns back toward the first lamps he set burning. The way home asks for the same care in reverse. He will walk the line again later, a little after midnight, carrying hush instead of flame. For now, outward is finished. Inward begins with a breath he lets go slowly so the night can take some for itself. He shoulders the ladder, squares the pouch at his hip, and tastes the air for rain. The halo around the nearest globe is modest. The shopkeeper's forecast still belongs to another street. He smiles into his collar and steps off, each boot memorizing the best parts of the paving, each lamp behind him doing the work it was made to do, each window considering whether to keep company or sleep. Midnight thinks about arriving. The city agrees to be quieter. He returns toward the river by the same patient thread he laid earlier, ladder riding his shoulder, the pole balanced like a walking thought. Lamps hum to themselves in small voices. He hears tastes of iron and bread gone to memory. A mist film rusts on glass, halos shrink and grow with each turn of the lane. He pauses by the gas yard's venti-caged pipe that breathes in tempered peaks. His palm reads the warmth and the steadiness. Good, he says, a word for iron rather than for anyone listening. He makes a final tiny circle in his ledger beside tonight's date, a private handshake for the mainsman who will read figures at daybreak. Numbers are their parish, ovals of light are his. The constable steps from a doorway where shadow keeps company with brick. Keys give a thoughtful chime against leather. Quiet, the constable says, naming the hour as if it were a well-behaved dog. Quiet, the lamplighter agrees. They trade one more fact. The hinge at the station clock has asked for a new pin. The paving stone by the trough has been persuaded back into line. They nod once, a ceremony without pomp, and turn to their different routes through the same hush. He begins the reverse office dousing where his outward run began. This work moves with the same care but in smaller voices. Ladder up, latch lifted, a breath to the valve, and the mantle gives back its light like a coin laid respectfully on a counter. The hiss softens to a whisper, then to the memory of one. In the glass he sees his cap, his cheek, and the street reflected once. He keeps the flame's last second from surprising it, turning the cock until the glow retires with dignity. The globe settles. The darkness is not scolded, it is trusted to behave. At the river corner he shields a flame with his hand for a moment, not to feed it, but to usher it toward its ending. He thinks of windows with kettles gone cool, of hands folding towels on hooks, of the cat on the step changing which ear listens. He closes the valve and hears the mantle stop singing. Water below keeps its own mutter. He writes a dot beside the number, a sign that means seen home. A short lane asked for attention to small faults. At 470 the hinge he oiled earlier takes the globe down and up without complaint. He notes in pencil that the oil has convinced iron to be polite. At 49 the new mantle he lets the flame live. Replacements stay burning until morning men look in. He draws a tiny loop, leave, in the margin. Not every lamp sleeps at midnight. A clock in a nearby yard coughs the hour once, expects echo, receives none, decides that will do. He douses a chainlet corner from the ground, hook lifts, The mechanism answers with the same soft click as at dusk. The little blue tongue withdraws, and the cork learns to rest under the piece of light still coming from the next post. He draws a line in the ledger that touches both numbers at once, a private mark that means paired-handled from below. He stops under the portico, where the 3 posts live like relatives. Rain has not kept its promise. The stone smells of chalk and cool tea. He lowers each globe in turn, eases the valve, and lifts the latch back so glass sits true. The moth he carried out earlier has found another moon and declares itself content by being still. He lets it keep its conclusion. At the station road, a porter leans on his barrow with the stillness of someone who has been useful all day. "All well," the man says, meaning both lamps and trains. "All well," the lamplighter answers. He leaves the post by the clock burning for another hour. Late arrivals prefer to read their keys without guessing. A pencil mark notes the exception. Rules here are servants, not masters. He passes the florist's window again. Fern fronds hold beads that have decided to be permanent for 1 hour only. Light thins along the frond tips as he closes the lamp nearby. The beads become dark pearls and then nearly water again. He hears a door bolt settle. Wood becomes confident. Far off, river fog tries to remember a story and cannot. It is a good failure. On the little green that thinks itself a square, the single lamp has earned its sleep. He dims it and watches the grass become a more honest green, less silver, more shadow. A bench carries a shine where earlier damp learned to sit. Now it is merely wood, patient and unoccupied. He folds the ladder 1 rung shorter and moves on. At the crescent, pianos are gone to bed. A kettle ticks as it cools. Someone in shirt sleeves coughs once, and then remembers how the lungs prefer breathing. He lowers lights with the same rhythm he used to wake them. At no. 60 he checks the chimney's tired glass again with his thumb. It will hold till morning. He draws a slanted carat in the ledger to remind himself to bring a replacement pane when the card is sent. He finds the boy's paper hawk tucked between a boot scraper and a step, wings flattened by damp. He stands it upright under a sill where it will dry and look again like a bird, then closes the lamp above so the boy's window will know sleep. He writes nothing of this. Small mercies do not belong to paper. Fog has thinned into nothing more than kindness. He reaches the mews where horses speak with quiet shoes. A stableman tips a bucket so a last ring of water does not linger in the bottom and sour. "Lights tomorrow?" he asks. "Unless the company changes its mind," the lamplighter says, meaning never. They smile without showing teeth. Gas talk is steady talk. People learn to like that. At the terrace where the tea mug warmed his hands, the latch whispers again. Nobody appears. The house acknowledges him anyway with the sound of a cup being set down. He closes the lamp by the stoop and lets the square of dark returning to the doorstep be a covering rather than a theft. Some doors sleep better under less attention. He arrives at the crossing where his line meets itself. The pivot of the whole evening. He sets the ladder aside for a breath and watches the 2 directions become less bright by degrees. His book shows a procession of numbers with their dots and triangles hinged to oil, pin to bring, glass to change, valve to service. He totals shells of tasks in his head the way other men count coins. 1, 2, 3 for the morning. He adds a silent thank you for the mantles that behaved because gratitude keeps hands accurate. A final turn takes him toward the embankment. He lowers the tall globe by the railings with both palms on the frame, a practiced lift that respects weight and habit. The last glow there retreats without sulking. The river receives more night. It does not complain. He checks the gas yard's vent once more, a ritual more than a need, and finds the same amiable warmth. Good systems like being watched even when they do not require help. Now he carries the ladder to the brick behind the public house where the run began. He lays wood to wall with the comfort of ending a sentence on its proper punctuation. The pole goes to its hook inside the little shed. The potch gives up its soot rag, the small spanner, the paper sleeves, the stub of candle, the almost used pencil. He wipes the rag across the step, folding soot inward so it will behave tomorrow. The ledger receives its last line, all post-scene. Mantles to changed, weather mild, fog toward river. Note C margin. He closes the book with a thumb along the spine and slides it into the breast of his coat where it rides like a quiet animal. He rubs a bit of tallow across the ladder's rung where a splinter imagined ambition. He tests the strap that keeps the ladder married to the wall. He hangs his cap by its sweet band on the nail, then takes it back down again and puts it on because the air wants a brim at this hour. He smiles at his own habit and lets it stand. The street now holds its own dark. It is not empty, only settled. Lamps remaining show islands where late feet will land without anxiety. Windows that chose light still glow like small pages left open. He looks once to the step where the cat began the evening. The cat has arranged itself into an idea and is executing it. Sleep. Approval is still given by the angle of its ear. He walks without ladder or pole down to the bridge and back once, a last inspection done with eyes rather than tools. Every globe left burning is burning well. Every doused post holds its dignity. He tastes the air, less coal, more water, a hint of yeast from tomorrow's bread trying to exist. He stops by the iron bench and pats its end. The gesture is for himself, but the bench will remember, the way a thing remembers pressure. He turns toward home, hands in pockets, shoulders even. Behind him the ovals he set and unset this night have become part of the city's sleep. Ahead, a narrow room waits with soap, a basin, and a towel that smells faintly of lye. He will wipe soot from his hands, count nails by touch, and set the ledger by the window where morning will find it. The job's weight slides off him without clatter. Tools sleep, streets sleep, a man may rest. From globes that sigh and mantles that bloom, we travel now to a warmer night where a clay brazier breathes and cacao meets water in a high. Shining pour foam standing like soft cloth while a market finds its gentle hush. Night comes warm and kind beneath a palm mat awning. The market is a low city of woven roofs and pole frames, each stall breathing its own small weather, chili and lime here, roasted corn there, fresh herbs held in cool clay bowls that sweat in the heat. In this corner, a clay brazier glows steady. Coals lie like quiet fruit. On 3 little stones above them, a pot of water hums the soft note that says almost. She smooths her cotton hoople along her hip and sets 2 painted bowls close together, rim to rim but not touching. Each is the size of 2 handfuls, their insides burnished smooth with a shine that remembers many pours. A gourd ladle waits at the pot's edge, its cut face polished thin as a leaf, handle wrapped with a strip of dyed fiber to seat itself kindly in the palm. On a reed mat to her right, the shallow basket holds cacao beans glossy, dry, counted often. A smaller vessel keeps ground cacao mixed with toasted maize and a breath of chili. Another keeps a paste colored the faintest red with achiote to warm the eye if a customer asks. A third bowl holds vanilla pods like black quills asleep. She tests heat with the back of her fingers, the way all careful hands do. Not boiling, not idle, not ready. With her left hand she takes the gourd ladle and dips, bringing water up with a careful wrist, then pours it into one of the painted bowls where ground cacao waits. The powder darkens instantly, thirsty. She stirs in a slow circle. The spoon does not scrape, it murmurs. She pinches a bit of vanilla and rubs it between thumb and forefinger until it releases a perfume like a memory of flowers at dusk. A single grain of chili goes in, not for punishment, only to teach the tongue to pay attention. If a listener from far away wonders at this, it may help to know that in these lands cacao is a drink for company and ritual both. The foam is praise and spice is a quiet bell. The matate, the flat grinding stone, rests nearby with its companion, the mono. She had warmed them at sundown and ground the cacao then, when the stone still held the sun's temper. Cocoa nibs softened under the mano's steady rock. With each push they turned first sandy, then pasty, then glossy as a river stone. Toasted maize joined to give the drink its body. Now, at night she stirs that labor back to life with heat and water. The first pour is ready. She lifts the second painted bowl in her right hand, holding it high at shoulder level. The left hand tilts the first bowl so the dark liquid falls in a long ribbon, a held breath that stretches from one rim to the other. The stream thins, then thickens, then catches itself, and lands without splashing. Foam wakes like silk unfurling. She pauses and reverses, right hand lowers, left raises again, ribbon, again. Each exchange pulls air into the drink, conjuring a top that will stand like soft cloth. The market's hum seems to step back politely while the pour happens. Even insects feel the rhythm and count along. She sets the bowls down and watches the foam settle into its delicate hill. It is fine, not coarse. Bubbles are small as millet seed, tight-lipped and proud. She rims the bowl with a clean strip of cotton, catching any runaways so the outside stays honest. Then she nudges the brazier's coals with a stick and slides the pot of fingers width closer to heat. The night leans in. Tujikar's polished half-gourds wait on a tray. Their insides gleam, traced with a thin painted line that means nothing and therefore pleases everyone. She dips the ladle gently through the foam, scoops liquid first, then a final pass that steals a small cloud from the top and lays it soft atop each cup. She taps the ladle twice against the bowl rim, a sound like to tiny knocks. The cups go to the tray. A strip of folded leaf becomes a sleeve so fingers can carry warmth without complaint. Customers arrive like elements here, a man with a woven bag of onions that still think of the field. There two sisters with hair braided down their backs. Coins of cacao tucked in a small net at their waists. They greet with short words and eyes. She returns greetings with the lift of her chin and the smaller lift of a smile that keeps quiet. The first cup goes to a woman in a white hoople stitched with red near the neck. More foam, the seller asks, voice a soft instrument. The woman nods. The ladle performs a small rescue from the bowl and sets a higher cloud. The woman breathes the cup first, then drinks, eyes finding a distant pleasure that is polite but real. Foam touches her lip like cloth. Cacao beans clack when counted. Tonight counts are small and friendly. 1 being 2, 3, 5, a flat palm for 10, a nod that means keep the bowl. Beans slip from the customer's pouch to the seller's, from hand to gourd with their teeth like rattle. The sound is not money like metal, it is a softer arithmetic that belongs to hospitality. She drops the beans into her small jar and, out of habit, checks 3 for lightness. If a husk hides emptiness, it goes aside. Honesty between hands makes market sleep better. A note for the margin. Quiet esteem. In these towns and times, cacao serves as drink and measure both. Beans pass for small exchanges, foam and flavor one way, shells and pods the other. The counting is felt as much as heard. The brazier keeps its glow. She stirs a pot of atoll on the side, stones ground maize with water, a thread of vanilla. It thickens until the ladle leaves a track that closes slowly, like cloth smoothed by a pond. She will offer it to elders and to children drifting towards sleep on their mothers' backs. Atoll knows how to be a pillow for the stomach. Between customers, she tends her tools. The gourd ladle is rinsed with a little warm water and wiped with a clean strip of cloth hung on a peg. Gourds do not like to be left sticky. The bowls rest tilted so breath can pass between them and keep steam from collecting tears. She wipes the rins with a thumb rolled in a square of linen. The matate receives a short rub with a fresh corn husk to keep oils even. Her hands work without talk. Wrists learn circles they do not write down. A few stalls over, a seller taps a clay jar to show it is full. Farther along, someone fans a brazier with a palm mat and sparks make glow stars. Dyer keeps a thin chorus of night insects, the kind that sing without asking for attention. From the temple quarter, a deep drum speaks once, then lets silence answer. The market understands and relaxes into its own hum. Two travelers come to her awning carrying dust and light on their sandals. Their hair is bound, a string bag holds shells, stones, and the small, heavy hush of metal. They ask with their eyes for a stronger drink. She bows once and opens a palm to the basket of cacao beans, not to sell these, to show respect for the main ingredient, then to the pot and bowls. She adds a breath more chilly to the mix and a shaving of vanilla. She pours higher, lengthening the ribbon until it writes itself from bowl to bowl like a long word spoken slowly. Foam stands taller. The men watch it rise as if it were a friendly animal learning a trick. They pay in beans and a small piece of shell that will look handsome tied at a child's throat. She accepts both without comment and tucks the shell into the net bag beneath the table. Gifts are a kind of change given back to the night. A boy from the next stall sidles over with a carved spatula he has whittled poorly. He asks without asking if her brazier will forgive him for revealing the carving to its light. She tips her head toward the coals. The spatula's roughness shows. He turns it, considering where to sand, where to leave the tool's story. She nods toward a smoother patch on her matate's base where a stick might learn manners. He grins and returns to his mother's stall, the spatula now on its way to being useful. She adjusts the mat at her feet with one toe. A tiny river of spilled cacao runs along the reed and stops at the mat's stitched edge. She wipes it with a cloth and folds the cloth so the clean side is ready for next time. The bowls have settled. She lifts and pours again, keeping foam fresh. A woman with a baby at her back steps close. The seller dips a small jacquard half measure and gives it first to the mother, Then another, barely a breath, to touch at the baby's lip with a fingertip. The child laughs, the sound that makes the market bigger than its poles. At the edge of the awning, a breeze slips in and leaves a brief cooler patch. The seller feels it and shifts the brazier an inch so flame can keep its own mind. The clay pot answers with a deeper hum. The knight sits down on its heels and stays. The coals in the brazier whisper a little, settling their red. She lifts a shallow clay pan from beneath the table and tips in a handful of cacao beans. They roll with the sound of small pebbles. She sets the pan on a low support beside the main pot so heat comes gentle, not fierce. With a flat wooden paddle she keeps the beans moving. Pause, stir so one side will not learn too much sun while the other remembers shade. A thin fragrance wakes, first green and wood-like, then rounder, darker, the smell of rain visiting a hearth. When the first bean pops its shell with a tiny sigh, she tips the pan into a woven tray. The child from to stalls over returns, spatula improved, and kneels to help. He blows on the beans with great importance while she rubs them between her palms to loosen husks. Shells lift light as moth wings, nibs fall back, heavier and certain. She shakes the tray with a practiced flick. Husks float toward the basket's edge and over, the weight chef leaves grain. The breeze takes them a short distance and lets them go. Good, she says to the boy, and his shoulders learn a proud line. She warms the metate by pushing it a palm closer to the brazier. The stone remembers sun, now it accepts coal heat as a cousin. A few vanilla seeds scraped earlier from a dark pot go into a small bowl with the roasted nibs. She rolls the mono over the beans. The grinding begins dry, a soft crunch. With each pass, oil opens, and the sound changes to a quiet smear. The nibs become paste under the river of the mano's path. She pauses to scrape the paste with a thin tortoiseshell blade back into the center, then grinds again, forward and back, until the mass glows like a wet stone after rain. To give the drink its body, she adds a measured pinch of toasted maize flour. The color softens by a breath, the paste grows obedient. A grain of chili joins, no more. She folds and presses until the mixture can be lifted with two fingers without breaking. A small portion she sets aside to cool. When firm, she will press it into little cakes wrapped in leaf food for walking, money for some, a promise for others. The pot of water hums the note between patience and boiling. She rubs a drop between finger and thumb. It feels like a path, not a river. Good. Into one painted bowl she places a spoon of the warm paste, into the other a spoon as well. She ladles water into the first and stirs in slow circles, watching the paste dissolve and tint the water to a deep night. For a richer cup she lifts the bowl to her lips and blows once across the surface. The wave she makes becomes the first soft fold of foam. She stands and begins the high pour again, right hand lifting, left hand lowering, then trading places like birds changing branches. The ribbon stretches longer now that the cacao is newly ground. It falls unbroken. Foam rises, fine-grained, precise. She halts and reverses, then again 3 passes, 4, until the foam's top holds like cloth smoothed by a good palm. She cuts the surface with the edge of the ladle and watches the line stand and then soften. Enough, she sets the bowls down and breathes through her nose, as if the scent itself were a blessing to balance. 2 elders arrive, walking with the rhythm of people who know markets by heart. One carries a gourd rattle at his belt. The other wears a cloth with a border stitched in patient red. They sit on low stools someone has left beside her mat. Atoll, the woman says, because night keeps a different account for older bellies. The seller stirs the side pot. A ribbon follows the ladle and closes slowly. She adds a breath of vanilla water saved in a small calabash, then fills to Jikar's only three-quarters space for the hand to be comfortable. She lays a folded leaf under each as a sleeve and offers them with both palms open. The elders drink without hurry. The rattle man taps the rim of his cup once, not to make sound, only to mark pleasure. A trader with a net bag slides into the stall's shade. He carries vanilla pods bound with a twist of fiber and perfumed like cool evening. He sets them down for looking. She lifts one, bends it gently, and sniffs at the seam. Good oil, still plump, not dry. She brings out a small packet of cacao paste cakes pressed just now and a line of clean beans. He weighs with his eye. She weighs with her thumb and first finger. Beans move from her jar to his palm. Pods move from his fiber twist to her basket. He ties an extra short pod to her awning lintel, not part of the trade, only friendship that smells sweet. She thanks him with a strip of maize cake wrapped in leaf for his walk home. They do not speak of balance. Dyer speaks it for them. A family with quiet feet approaches. The mother wears a skirt dyed the color of wet stone. A child steps at her hip counting shells in a whisper game. The father carries a small bundle of herbs tied with grass. Foam, the child says. A question disguised as a report. The seller smiles with her eyes and begins the pour again, slower so the child can count by breath. One ribbon across, 2, 3, 4, the child says, proud of finding the pattern. The cup receives a cloud as fine as the down inside a seed pod. The mother touches the child's forehead with one finger dipped in foam, an old gesture to bless sleep and sweetness. The father sets the herbs on the mat edge. For your water, he says, leaves that persuade steam to smell like a green morning. She bows her head and adds the bundle to the cool side of the pot. A quiet thanks. Business slows and then renews, like tide learning shore and giving it back. The market exhales. A seller of salt laughs once like a clay pot tapping. Someone far off tells a story that requires hands. The words do not travel, only the movements. Two young men try to outpour each other at another stall. Their ribbons break into rain and they laugh, then buy from her because her phone stands, and theirs has decided to nap. Between cups she tends the matate again. Warm paste gathers at the blade's edge. She folds it back and rocks the mono until the surface shines. A few stray husks from the winnowing find their way to her fingers. She flicks them into a basket that will become tomorrow's fire start. Nothing leaves useless. The boy with the spatula returns it sanded smooth. The tool now looks like work that trusts itself. She lifts it, turns it in the brazier's light, and touches its edge to the side of the pan. It makes a sound that says ready. She nods. The boy beams as if he had found a new star. A man wearing a cord with a little shell at the end steps up and lays down a small amulet carved from bone. He asked with his chin if it might buy 2 cups. She considers the bone white and old, cut with the shape of a fish that looks like a patient smile. She accepts and sets the amulet in her net bag under the table where other small lives gather, pebbles that feel nice to hold, a copper disc polished by many thumbs. A bead chipped but still determined to glow. Beans, too, pass enough to keep honesty smooth. The man drinks and leaves with the quiet posture of someone who has given and received in the correct way. She polishes a bowl rim with a cloth that smells faintly of fresh leaf and smoke. The foam on the big bowl has settled to a gentle hill. She wakes it with 2 high pours and a low one. A line of bubbles travels inward, then disappears as if the drink had remembered its own skin. She dips for a small cup without vanilla for a young woman who says she prefers the drink like work, plain and hot, and to the point. The cup goes out, a cocoa perfume trails it like a small scarf. Midnight moves under the awnings without stepping on them. The drum from the temple quarter speaks again. 3 soft pulses the size of a hand, then a rest. She looks down the lane. Torches in sconces breathe. Some stalls have turned to shadows already. Their owners sleep a few steps away, backs against posts, heads bent like dry corn. Others, like hers, stay awake because the night enjoys companies made of steam and soft talk. She lifts a pod from the trader's bundle, scores its length with a fingernail, and opens it slowly. Seeds glisten like beads in a cool cave. She scrapes a few into the little calabash of warm water, rubs them until the perfume rises, then tips a breath of that into the atoll pot. The surface shows a brief sheen. The scent changes from simple to friendly complicated. She ladles 2 half cups for a pair of women resting with baskets under their feet and hands slack with that deep, good fatigue that belongs to honest work. They drink and close their eyes without sleeping. The market's tide pulls back and forth. A group arrives from the road, dust floured on their ankles. Her ladle answers them with 3 cups, then 2. A quiet minute returns. She uses it to wipe the ladle handle with the clean cloth and to rest it across the pot so heat will keep it willing. She lays a fresh strip of cotton by the bowls and turns jikara upside down so dew will not find it. She counts beans in her jar, 10, 20, 40, and tucks for a side in a tiny plate of fiber as a gift for a neighbor whose child has been keeping low fever. She will leave the plated gift at their mat edge. No words, only the sound of beans in a pouch tomorrow. The brazier coals lean toward ash. She feeds them to small pieces of hardwood and listens for the change flame remembering itself. Not loud, just more certain. A moth visits, tastes heat from a safe distance, and turns away wiser. She breathes once and feels the night breathe back. The bowls wait. The foam waits. The way from bowl to bowl is as steady as a path smoothed by many feet. The late hour settles like a shawl over shoulders. Voices thin to threads. The brazier's breath turns even. She tips the pan and roasts a last small handful of beans, more for the comfort of the smell than for need. Fragrance stands up, warm and round. To travelers pause, faces dusty, sandals powdered pale. She pours them cups with steady hands, one sweetened with a pinch of honey, one plain, the way road work sometimes asks. They sit on their heels and drink slowly, eyes soft on the rim. A vendor from the Salt Rose steps in, palms white with crystals, the edges of his nails shining. He buys a toll for himself and a small jikara for his grandmother waiting under a nearby awning. He counts out beans by 2s. One is hollow, she shakes it, and hears only husk. He grins at being caught, she sets that one aside without scolding and adds a good bean from her own jar. For your grandmother, she says. He nods gratitude in the tilt of his chin rather than in words and goes. A crack along the lip of a favorite jikar has grown bolder. She turns it in her hands under the warm light, feeling where the flaw has widened. It is not a new bowl, it carries a painted line she likes, a thin red band that keeps company with the curve. She will mend it tonight before it forgets how to hold liquid. From a small pouch she takes a pellet of pine resin and a pinch of ash. She warms the resin in a tiny dish near the coals until it softens like wax. Ash darkens it and wakes its temper. With a sliver of wood as a spatula, she draws the warm mixture along the crack, stroking inward so strength lies where strain will be. A narrow binding of plant fiber follows, wrapped once around the lip, ends knotted tight and trimmed. She holds the bowl above the brazier, rotating slowly so heat helps the resin choose the right shape. When it cools, she rubs a breath of oil along the mend and wipes it off again so shine will not boast. The jikara rests on its side. Later, it will sip water first, then learn cacao again. The matate still keeps a low warmth. She gathers the paste she set aside earlier and shapes small cakes between her palms, flat discs no thicker than a finger. Each one is pressed into a bit of leaf and folded, corner over corner, until the bundle looks like a green envelope. She ties them with narrow strips of fiber. These will trade for onions, a twist of thread, a packet of herb. She stacks them 3 by 3, the way her mother taught, and even layers so the pile stays honest. A boy returns with his own bowl, cracked and nervous. He holds it with 2 hands and asks without asking. She sets it on the mat and tests the crack with a careful thumb. Resin, she says, and he kneels to watch. She lets him hold the tiny dish near the coals while resin warms. He watches it shine, more interested in the moment than in the process, which is proper for his age. She guides his fingers to lay the ash dark paste along the seam and to set a thread of fiber across like a breech. He breathes as if blowing out a candle but stops before committing. She smiles and nods. He will remember the feel, not the words. He pays with a single good bean and a shy look that is worth 2 more. 2 women from the herb stalls settle close, baskets under their hands, bodies learning rest while commerce sleeps. One asked for cacao with extra vanilla, the other wants only heat and foam. The seller scratches a little scraped vanilla into warm water, rubs it until the aroma stands, and adds that to the bowl. She pours high, then higher, making a ribbon that could be counted, and allows the foam to sit tall. The women fold their shoulders together and drink. One closes her eyes, the other keeps them open to watch the pour a second time for pleasure alone. A young man in a cotton tunic that shows neat mending stands just at the edge of the awning, surprised that his feet have brought him. He asks if he can try. His hands are ambitious. His wrists are not yet wise. She nods and positions the 2 painted bowls a little closer. A thumb's width to help. She shows the motion again, lift, tilt, listen to the fall, trade hands. He nears her. The first ribbon breaks halfway and spatters the mat. He winces. Again, she says, tone the temperature of warm air. He breathes, steadies his elbows against his ribcage, and pours. The second ribbon holds almost to the lip, then trembles and falls right, a small success. She shows how to stop before foam collapses, to let it stand. He smiles and pays in beans and in gratitude that does not need phrasing. She wipes the mat with a cloth and flips the cloth to its clean side without remark. The repaired jacquard cools. She dribbles a little warm water into it and watches the line. No seeping. Good. It returns to the service stack, not first, not last. Tools enjoy being eased back to work, not thrown. A man with a bundle of reeds tucked under his arm asks if her awning string needs replacement. He holds out lengths smooth and strong, freshly cut. She tests one with a pull. It answers without giving. They trade a cake of cacao paste for 3 strings. He replaces one frayed tie above her head with quiet hands, tightening the knot with a jerk made small and tidy. The awning becomes confident again. She thanks him with a cup that wears more foam than usual. He bows his cheek toward the rim and sips from the side like someone saying a private word. She checks the brazier and nudges ash to one side so fresh coals can breathe. A sliver of hardwood joins, and flame remembers how to be visible. The pot hums. The matate receives a quick wipe with a husk, then a cloth, then rests, face shining. Across the lane a bungle peddler sings to notes and then stops, deciding the hour prefers quiet. A dog turns twice and chooses the cool ground where a slat of moonlight has slid in under mat-edged key. Deep drum from the temple quarter keeps silent now, trusting people to keep their own clocks. 2 cousins arrive, laughing under their breath. Their hair is braided with thin red thread. They want cacao like a festival, but soft. She understands spice, smiling, not shouting. She pinches in a hair more chilly, tips in a breath of vanilla, then pours from very high, the stream a thin road that knows where it is going. Foam stands like a small hill after rain. They clap their hands once each, but only where hands will not bother neighbors, and carry the cups away with the posture of dancers between dances. A potter stops to barter. He has a jacquard with a mispainted line to strokes crossed where one should have flowed. Your bowls will forgive my mistake, he says, setting it down. She tilts it. Listening with her eyes, the clay sings a good note. Only the paint is confused. She offers him to paste cakes and a handful of beans. He refuses 1 cake, accepts the beans, and lifts the repaired bowl from the mat in exchange. Your mend is finer than my line, he says, smiling at his own joke with no sharp edge. He leaves behind a chip of red slip for her to tint or repair someday. She places it in her little net bag under the table beside the boned fish and the copper disc. A final teaching happens without plan. The boy with the newly mended bowl watches her pour and asks, "How do you know when the ribbon is right?" She dips the ladle, raises a stream, and answers. When the sound changes from falling water to soft cloth, she pours again, and he hears it the note that sits lower, less splash, more whisper. He nods and repeats the sound with his mouth, a little hum through the nose. She laughs quietly. He has learned the music. His hands will catch up. She stretches her back and rolls her shoulders once. The foam rests, pleased with itself. She stirs the atoll. It answers with a thick, friendly turn. She gives a half cup to a woman who has fallen asleep sitting up, her head against a pole. The woman wakes enough to drink and then falls back into the kind of doze that holds rather than drops. Beans in her jar count to a round number. She separates 10 for tomorrow's first fire start, a small thanks to the day to come. She counts the paste cakes, 9 wrapped, 3 promised by name. She ties a knot in the string at her waist for each promise. Knots talk at dawn more clearly than sleep-dim memory. The repaired jacquard receives its first real work, A half cup for a quiet man who pays in a polished pebble that sits beautifully in the palm. The resin holds. The thread stays where it should. The man nods once, approval square and gentle. Night deepens, but does not become heavy. The awning learns to be cooler. Her tools find their patient places. The gourd ladle lies across the pot. Its handle turns so it cannot slide. The bowls touch rins in friendly balance. The matate glows in its own way, a dark gleam. The market breathes in and out, she breathes with it. The hour before dawn feels different even without a sky to show it. Air cools by a small degree. Sounds learn longer spaces between them. The brazier's glow becomes a quieter red, as if flame had found its own bed and pulled a mat over its shoulders. She lifts the gourd ladle and lets it drip once, twice, then rests it across the pot so the handle cannot slide. Tools like to be told what not to do. She titties in rings from the center. First the bowls, rims wiped with a clean strip of cotton, then leaned lip to lip so breath can pass between them. The repaired jicar earns a place in the middle of the stack, not at the bottom where weight can argue, not at the top where clumsy hands might brag. She rinses it with a mouth of warm water and listens for any secret seat. None. The resin seam rests, polite. Next the matate. She rubs its face with the soft side of a fresh corn husk, then a cloth. A thin sheen answers. She slides the mono to one side so stone and roller are not touching. Even tools like a hand's width of space when sleeping. A few crumbs of paste gather at the blade's edge. She smooths them into two last cakes and wraps them in small squares of leaf, corner over corner, tying each with a narrow strip of fiber. The cakes cool into promise. Customers arrive now, and one's travelers who want warmth for the last stretch, vendors closing their own stalls to boys carrying a long basket between them with fish that smell of silver and tide. She serves small cups, 3/4 full, foam set neat so walking will not slosh it away. For the fish boys she pours a toll. They drink with both hands around the jicara and make that brief noise people make when heat meets hunger correctly. Beans move from pouch to jar, quiet math 10, 20, a flat palm for 40, then 2 more. She sets aside 3 good beans in her small plate of fiber for the neighbor with the feverish child. A woman from the herb row appears with sleep-sanded eyes and a shawl tied loose. She sets down a bundle of leaves that smell like green rain. "For your pot," she says. The seller adds a pinch to the last of the water and watches steam learn a new word. The herb woman asked for a cup with the foam like a hat. The hat is made to high pours and one low to settle. She pays in beans and a sprig of leaf to pin in hair later. Trade at this hour feels like passing notes between friends rather than like change in price. She banks the coals. Ashes pulled gently over the glowing heart with the paddle. Heat goes unthinking but less loudly. She keeps one small bright patch alive at the edge in case a traveler comes breathless from the road, hands asking for a cup before feet can say a greeting. The pot slides a finger's width away from the center to follow the new temperature. The brazier answers with a small, contented sigh. Counting begins in earnest. She empties the jar of beans into her lap and sorts with the calm of someone who has learned that numbers sleep best when placed in tidy stacks. Good beans first, full weight, glossy shells, a little give between fingers, sound like a soft pebble when dropped. Light ones go to a small bowl still useful for fire start or for teaching a child what to reject. Broken shells to another. She counts by 4s into 10s, 10s into 40. Each group of 40 gets tied with fiber and set in the big gourd she keeps under the table. She writes totals not with ink, but with 3 knots on the cord at her waist, 1 for today's work, 1 for what is owed, 1 for gifts. Knots talk to morning better than mouth words. Gifts are readied. She tucks the plated 3 beans into a little twist of leaf and places it beside the neighbor's mat without speaking, only the soft cough of a foot to announce kindness. For the boy who sanded his spatula she leaves 1 pasted cake wrapped smaller than the rest, and a scrap of dyed thread to tie around the handle. For the salt vendor's grandmother she sets half a cup of atoll under their awning, the steam like a small, steady messenger. She returns to her own stall without waiting for thanks. Gifts work best when they find the right person before language wakes. The market folds in on itself. Poles remain poles. Mats become roofs again for sleeping bodies. A woman sweeps the ground in front of her stall with a short palm broom, drawing dust toward the lane's edge so sunrise will not have to argue with it. The sound is friendly and faint. A dog walks the path once, nose low, then chooses the exact center of her mat to lie on because dogs believe they belong where people's feet made warmth. She tweaks its ear and slides it a handspan to the side so customers, if any, can step in. The dog sighs and agrees. 2 travelers hurry past, sandals whispering. They carry bundles bound with net, shells click inside like teeth that learned music. She lifts the ladle. 1 cup, foam quick and neat. They drink standing, pan beans counted in a rush, then take 2 of the paste cakes for the road. She presses a damp leaf to each cake so dust will not find it too easily. They thank her with a gesture from the shoulder and disappear into the all where mats hold the night's last shadows. She checks the awning lashings. The reed strings traded earlier hold firm. The knots sit in the right places, flat and calm. She tightens 1/2 a finger and smooths it with a thumb so fibers will remember the lesson. At the brazier she turns a coal with a stick and blows once. A tiny orange breath curves and lies down again. She smiles without showing teeth. Coals listen to good manners. The jar is empty now. Beans are tied into their small ropes and nested in the gourd. She will carry the gourd under her shawl on the way home where weight rides kindly. Coins of cacao, that is, beans turn to a counting clack softly when she lifts the gourd and settle when she set it down. She keeps 3 loose in a corner for luck. Luck likes corners. The bowl's cool. She rubs a dab of oil so thin it is only a thought along the rims to keep clay friendly, then wipes it off so shine does not boast. The repaired jaccara receives a tiny mark in her mind. Hold it second, not first, tomorrow. She adjusts the stack by 1 place to remind her hands when her mind is busy with greeting. The matate, now fully at rest, gets a single palm pressed flat upon it, thank you returned as heat stored in memory rather than in stone. The mono rests beside it like a sleeping animal. She drapes a cloth over both to keep dew from finding them when the market breathes out the last. Of night, a woman approaches with a woven cradle against her chest and a forehead furrowed by too little sleep. For him, she whispers, though the child sleeps and does not argue. The seller warms a 1/2 cup of atoll and holds it low so the mother can drink without moving the bundle. Foam is not needed now, only warmth. The mother drinks, some for herself, some for the child in the way that happens through milk later. Her eyes lose a tightness by a grain. She places a small twist of dried flowers on the mat. For your hair, she says. The seller will tuck them into the seam of her hoople at the shoulder when light comes. At the lane's end a night watch passes, carrying the gourd rattle he does not shake. He touches two fingers to the pole of her stall in greeting wood to wood. She touches the pole the same way. The exchange sits somewhere between a blessing and a receipt. She spreads her reed mat flat, sweeping once more for ash so it cannot argue with folded cloth. She wipes the inside of the pot with a cloth that will be washed later, then leaves a mouth of water in it so heat can leave slowly and the clay won't complain. The gourd ladle, rinsed and dried, is hung by its fiber loop on a nail driven at a slight tilt so gravity will keep it in place. The little tortoise-shell scraper joins it. Then the thin paint brush used for Alico-style paste on cloth. In another life she keeps it here because some evenings a friend will want a sign drawn on a bowl. Wells underside, a name, a day. A last cup goes to an old man with a walking stick polished by years. He counts his beans with extra care, then adds a smooth pebble he must have kept in his pocket for seasons. The pebble fits her palm. She returns to beans to him not change, only courtesy, and pours a cup with the foam as modest as a hat brim. He drinks in sips and stands a little taller afterward. Sleep will find him on his own mat as if it had been called by name. The sky, though hidden by mats and awnings, grows a shade paler at the edges of things. Birds try 3 notes and decide to keep 2. She lays the last paste cake beside the mat of the woman who brought vanilla pods, tucking it halfway under the edge where hand will find it, and I will think it found it alone. She places the sprig of dried flowers at her own shoulder seam and smells, briefly, a summer afternoon re-entering the night. One more sweep, one more wipe, one more check that the brazier's ash now blankets its heart. She sets a small shard over the mouth of the pot to keep stray dust away while she ties the stall's low wall mat into its morning roll. The gourd of beans goes under her shawl, the bowls fit into their net bag. The matate will stay under the awning, too heavy for thieves who prefer light things, and too loyal to imagine leaving. Neighbors nod with their chins. Poles become street again. A child kicks once in sleep, then sighs into a better dream. She lifts the gourd strap over her head and lets the weight settle friendly on her collarbones. The brazier's last glow becomes thought, not flame. The market leans toward dawn. A gray quiet loosens the night. It does not brighten yet, it thins, like cloth stretched gently. She feels it on her forearms before she can see it. Birds test a syllable, then another. The brazier's ash lies calm over its heart, breathing only a little. She lifts the gourd strap higher on her shoulder and checks her small world once more. Bowls ladle, matate, paste cakes wrapped and promised. A traveler arrives almost running, and then remembers to slow because of the hour. Dust powders his sandals. A ribbon of road lives in the fold of his cloak. He presses a hand to his chest, speaking apology with breath. She tilts the pot. A last small cup becomes possible water, still warm enough to be kind. Cacao paste stirred thin. A single high pour to wake a soft crown. He drinks in 3 steady swallows, both hands around the jikara as if warming a thought. Beans count into her palm 10, 12. Then he adds a sliver of shell worked smooth from being rubbed in pockets over many days. He touches the stall's pole in farewell and goes, footsteps lighter than when he came. Now she folds the stall. Mats roll into themselves with the dry whisper of reed on reed. She ties each roll with the new strings traded in the night, the knot sitting flat and obedient. The awning lowers like a lid over a jar. She shakes the corner once so straight you will choose the ground. The little repair kitresin, ash, thread slips into a pouch. The tortoise-shell scraper nests against the gourd ladle. Each tool finds its traveling companion and accepts it without argument. The matate is heavy in the way honest things are. It belongs to this place, and will sleep here until night asks again. She draws a mat edge over it like a blanket, and tucks in the corners so dust will be discouraged. The mono rests parallel, not touching. Stones like a finger's width of space between them when they forget about work. Neighbors make their own endings. A salt cellar brushes stray crystals from his cloth into a jar. Their little taps sound like a brief rain. The herb woman knots two sprigs together for the shrine near her door. Their scent follows her steps like a well-behaved child. Someone laughs softly at a joke told with hands instead of voice. Two men lift a pole, swing a roof mat down from it, and the lane briefly becomes sky before becoming a lane again. She fills her small water gourd at the clay jar a vendor keeps near the ah. A line of damp along the jar's shoulder marks the night's breath. She sips, swallows, keeps a mouthful to swish across the repaired jikara, and listens no seeping, only the round sound of a cup being honest. Into the net bag go the bowls cushioned by a folded strip of cloth. The repaired one she places to from the top, as promised to her own mind. The gourd of beans rides under her shawl, settled across collarbones that have learned the weight. The little net under the table gives back its gathered treasures into her hands, the polished pebble, the bonefish, the copper disc, the slip of red, the small shell given by travelers. She ties them in a corner of cloth so they will not wander. Gifts have their own map, she trusts it. She walks the market once more before leaving, feet remembering where the ground is kinder. A woman asleep against a post breeze with a sigh that lifts and lowers the straw by her cheek. The boy with the mended bowl lies curled on his mat. The bowl sits near his knees like a tame animal. She pulls the mat edge over his feet and tucks it, the way her mother's hand used to tuck hers. At the herb stall she sets the last paste cake near the bundled pods, a corner showing so the right eye will find it. At the salt stall she nudges the cup she left for the grandmother closer to reach, and folds the empty cloth beneath it for a cushion. None of these small motions ask for witnesses. Outside the awnings, lanes stand wide. A thin band of pearl begins to find the edges of roofs. She steps into the street where dust is the first thing morning touches. The gourd clicks softly under her shawl with each step. Beans shift and settle, counting without numbers. She adjusts the strap once, not to change weight, only to greet it. Her path passes the well. She stops because bowls deserve clean water before house water. Women who rise earlier than markets are already there to drawing from the rope, one skimming with a gourd, one holding a baby who watches the pulley thing. Greetings are small and square. She kneels on the worn stone and rinses each painted bowl with two careful turns inside, outside, rin. A cloth pressed into her palm by a neighbor becomes a drying cloth. She wipes until the bowls look matte and at ease. The repaired Jakara receives only a cautious swill and a pat with the cloth, then a look. The scene stays quiet. Good, she says, a word for clay. A girl offers a dry reed to slide into the net between bowls so they will not quarrel on the walk. The reed obliges. She walks past doorways that begin to smell like wood smoke and soap maize. A thread of song escapes from a house and then is caught by a hand and wound back in. She crosses a small bridge, its rail polished by many arms. Water below runs with morning on its back, not fast, not slow, just certain. Two dogs confer and conclude that she belongs to neither of them. They let her pass with a single joint wag. Home receives her with its own furniture of light and shade. The courtyard keeps coolness on one side and warmth on the other. Only jars live in another country altogether, but here clay pots stand in a calm row. She touches each with 2 fingers as she passes habit dressed as blessing. Inside, a low table waits with its little scar where a bull once said to quick hello. She lays out the tools, bowls to shelf, ladle to peg, scraper beside it, cloth folded so the queen side faces tomorrow. The potch of resin and ash sits in a shadow cool is its friend. From a jar near the hearth she pours a small measure of water and drops in 3 beans for luck because her grandmother did that and luck likes repetitions. She sips, sets the cup down, and smiles at nothing in particular. Now the counting belongs to house and day. She unties the bean ropes from the gourd and lays them in a shallow basket. 40s line up with 40s. A smaller group notes last cups and gifts and barter. A knot on her waist cord releases under her thumbnail. Owed and given become squares in her head that fit together without leftover edges. She breathes, and the shape feels right. She wipes her hands with a cloth that smells faintly of ash and soap. Blue from another life, indigo from a Dyer friend lives in one corner of the cloth. She slows when she sees it, thinking of night colors becoming day colors, of cloth and foam and stone and water shaking hands across distance. Her bed mat knows her weight and does not argue. Before she lies down, she opens the small bundle of treasures and touches each one once. Bonefish smooth as a story told twice, pebble that sits perfectly in a palm, copper disc that catches light shyly, slip of red that will someday warm a repair, shell with a hole that might become a tiny bell. She sets them in a shallow dish near the window where dawn will notice and greet them. She eats a little 2 bites of cooled maize, a strip of fruit dried last week, water. The body answers, "Thank you, that is enough." She wipes the rim of the cup with the pad of her finger and places the cup upside down so dust will not find it. She slides the gourd of beans beneath the low chest where shade holds steady and mice do not think to go. The noise of morning grows by thin degrees. A broom starts its lesson in a neighbor's yard. A rooster announces his belief in clocks. A woman laughs once at a child's solution to a knot that would not untie. Sunlight touches the far wall, not bright, not sudden, introducing itself like a polite guest. She lies down, one hand under her cheek, the other hand remembering the weight of the ladle handle. Shoulders soften. Knees find their puzzle piece places. The room smells faintly of cacao and smoke and reed mat and cool play, a kindness made of several smaller kindnesses. Before sleep arrives, her last thought is practical and dear. Count paste cakes left. Ask the vanilla trader about pods after the next rain. Carry a newer cloth for bowl rims because the current one has earned rest. The thought folds itself, and puts itself away. Outside, the road becomes day. The market will be a sleeping animal until the sun persuades it. Her stall will wait under its mat, stones faithful, tools at ease. Beans will keep their numbers without supervision. Foam will live as memory and as the next task. Both? Morning will do as it does. The work that held the night has already learned how to become rest. She breathes once, slower than all the others, and the breath keeps going as sleep takes its turn. The house settles one small sound at a time. In a shallow dish by the window, the bonefish, the copper disc, the pebble, and the little shell hold their positions like stars nobody needs to name. Now these quiet hours will keep you company as you rest. Thank you for listening, and sweet dreams.